On this Memorial Day weekend, we celebrate America's true heroes who have given so much to their country. In no race, on no track, is the toughness and resolve that America symbolizes more evident than here in Charlotte. A day race that runs into night, where teamwork is of the essence, and no team is more in tune with the tricks of this track than the number 48 team.
He did it! 3 in a row, Jimmy Johnson!
While NASCAR realizes who America's real heroes are, sometimes sports allows others to be heroes, even if it's just for one day.
It's a day for racing and remembering. Fox Sports welcomes you to Lowe's Motor Speedway, Charlotte, North Carolina. The ultimate endurance test, the Coca-Cola 600. A blend of power and pageantry at a crowd of 175,000 on this Memorial Day weekend. You'll have the best seat in the house. Everybody chasing 4-time champ Jeff Gordon off to one of the best starts in NASCAR history. Jimmy Johnson has called this his house. Dale Earnhardt Jr. a lot on his mind. Has yet to win this year. Same for 2-time champ Tony Stewart. It's NASCAR on Fox. We're glad you're spending your weekend with us, along with Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers. A salute to all those families of the troops out there and those who have fallen for our country. 3-time NASCAR champ Darrell Waltrip here to help us. Is that your phone?
Boogity! Answer the phone, you big dummy!
What's that all about?
Well, you can get that if you like boogity, boogity, boogity and other things that go along with it. Hey, go to Jamster and keyword DW. Password 75555, and you can have a ringtone like that on your phone.
It's our boss, David Hill. He said marketing.
DW Store. You can also get on DW Store, by the way.
DWStore.com.
Yes. Can we move along here? We got a big race coming up here tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, that's just for fun. That's just to annoy someone if you wanted to.
Ryan Newman is on the pole. We know about Jimmy's and Casey Kane's dominance. But, Darrell, you won this race 5 times, the longest race of the NASCAR season. What does it take to win it?
Focus and concentration, and that's the hardest thing to do. When you start this race tonight, this racetrack is going to be slick. Your car is going to be very difficult to drive. That's when you need to be at your best, because you got to hang on to that thing. Good news for you is it's going to get better. So as the driver fatigues, the car gets better, and he should be able to hang on to it and take her home to victory lane.
I see that's the driver's perspective. From the crew chief's perspective, he's got to have that kind of car that can be tuned and work with. I know we got the driver. He's got to hang on to it for a while, but we've got to have a race car that can go through all these different phases and be at the top of this game the final 100 miles. And
it's an important race for drivers to win. Kevin Harvick, the driver who's won more money than anybody else this year, nearly $4 million, will start this evening's race 27th. That shouldn't be a problem, though. Remember, he started 34th, went on to win the Daytona 500. The former California high school wrestler has never won this race, the 600, but he's riding high after last week's All-Star win at Lowe's.
Boogity, boogity, boogity! This is when you find out who's been holding back. Look at Harvick go! Like he shot out of a rocket. Checkered flag, Harvick! Kevin Harvick wins the next All-Star Challenge.
And Kevin Harvick, a guy worth watching here. Darrell, let me ask you, because there was a time when he almost wasn't going to stay with Richard Childress Racing, maybe go on his own, and his temperament was an issue. Obviously, maturity, part of his success.
Yeah, I think so. As you get older, you get better. As you get older, you get wiser, and he's a perfect example of that. Plus, Richard Childress has really turned his operation around. He brought in new engine people. He brought in new aero people. And Kevin complained, and Richard Childress listened and made some big changes, and now you see the results. So drivers don't always complain just to be complaining, unlike what he did.
I wish he was heard it mature. I've been waiting for that to happen.
That hasn't happened yet.
I'm close. I'm really close.
After that phone thing, I want to answer you, dummy.
I'm getting really close.
But the thing was, when you think about Kevin Harvick, what I like about him right now, he's a big money driver. Look at it, guys. He's won the Indy Brickyard at Indy. He's won the Daytona 500. He's won the All-Star race. The only thing he really lacks now is a Coca-Cola 600 to go along with the championship, and he knows how to do that because he's won back-to-back Busch Series championships. He's a big money driver.
All right, one of the drivers we'll be watching tonight before the marathon begins. We'll dash around the turn. Here's what's ahead. The weekend, we celebrate those who protected our country, everyone from Dale Jr. to our DW, showing their support for the troops And he might be driving away from the competition, but he can't hide from his past. Jeff Gordon does a little photo finish with us. Plus, Gordon and all the Hendrick drivers benefit from a strong army of crew chiefs. We'll introduce you to the guys behind the guys. And we'll talk with the beautiful, talented, supernaturally gifted, and self-proclaimed Jessica Alba. Wow, she deserves a wow. She'll be joining us here. All that, plus our guys with Gas and Go, a little drive and ride, a fantastic aerial stunt you won't want to miss on Fox.
We get to talk to drivers. He gets to talk to us.
In Charlotte this weekend, it's Memorial Day weekend, which is a very important weekend with a NASCAR race and tons of troops here at the NASCAR race. I'm singing the national anthem to honor the country, but more importantly, here to support the troops. And I do a lot of work with an organization called the Coalition to Salute America's Heroes. And the coalition basically reintegrates wounded soldiers back into society when they come home from the war. And it's something that's really touched my life and my heart.
Thanks, Leanne. And on Thursday, our own Darrell Waltrip had the privilege of re-enlisting Senior Chief William Trippett into the U.S. Navy. Darrell, along with his lifelong friend, ENCS Clifford Smith, U.S. Navy retired, we call him Smitty, administered the oath. And afterwards, the Senior Chief giving Darrell a plaque for his continuing support of the armed forces. Many of the cars in today's race proudly testifying to NASCAR's bond with our troops, the armed forces. Jeff Gordon's car, a Department of Defense color scheme, an America Supports You sign, and you can put camouflage on a car, but you really can't hide the appreciation that we all have for those who serve and have served our country. And a short time ago, 4-star General Peter Pace of the U.S. Marine Corps, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, stopped by the America's Hero tent to address thousands of soldiers who are attending here and ready to watch the race. And again, a day to remember and to appreciate. I know we all have, do, and certainly those drivers in the race. We got an update on Kevin Harvick, apparently an engine change, so he's going to have to go even further to the back of the pack, 40th, 41st, depending.
And you know, he's only led 2 laps at this racetrack in a Cup car. I saw that, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, that really surprises me, but at least he's got an extra 100 miles to get that number 29 car back up toward the front.
He'll have plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Jimmy Johnson, he calls this track my house, and it's tough to argue with the marathon man. He's won 3 of the last 4 Coca-Cola 600s. He's the real thing.
Jimmy Johnson says this is his house. Here he comes, Jimmy Johnson!
That is the man.
He's the master of this place. It's his 7th win at Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Our birthday boy, Dick Berggren, is with Jimmy Johnson. Dick, happy birthday.
Thank you. And you talked about Jimmy Johnson winning 3 of the 4. Chris, the only one he didn't win was last year, and he finished 2nd. But the car has not been as fast as we're accustomed to seeing, Jimmy. What is going on?
It's been loose. We have been working hard to get it tightened up and hoping the track's going to come our direction. But I think we made some really good changes to the car. We didn't post the fastest laps that we wanted to on new tires, but I think on the long run we're in good shape, and we'll just have to put in 600 tonight and see what we get.
Well, he starts mid-pack tonight, but he has twice won here at Lowe's from dead last following engine changes.
All right, again, happy birthday, Dick. I don't want to say you've been around, but I know you were the pit reporter in the War of 1812. Nice work there. I read about that in history.
Well, it's not how old you are, it's how you are. And I feel like I'm 30, and this is a wonderful opportunity. Look at me riding around Lowe's Motor Speedway with Jimmy Johnson on a Sunday night on Fox. What could be better?
You're a guy who will wear out, not rust out, Dick. That's the spirit. We kid because we care, but he's serious. Jimmy Johnson always credits the crew behind him at Hendrick Motorsports, and the 4 teams at Hendrick have such great chemistry. Laboratory professors are chasing him. This season, they've won 8 of the 11 races. Here's the chief reason for their success.
I am Steve Letarte.
Hey, I'm Chad Kanowski.
I'm Darian Grubb.
I'm Alan Gustafson.
Originally from Cornish, Maine.
From Floyd, Virginia.
And I'm from Rockford, Illinois. From Ormond Beach, Florida. I've been crew chief for Jimmy now since 2002, about 5.5 years.
This is my first year as crew chief of the number 25.
This is my 3rd year as crew chief for number 5.
I've been crew chiefing now for a year and a half, almost 2 years for Jeff, and I've been employed here since I was a young little man at 15 years old, so this is my 14th season.
Here at Hendrick Motorsports, I've done everything from changing tires to a fabricator.
I swept the floor as a janitor,
body shop assistant to a body hanger,
mechanic, tire specialist.
And I've even swept the floors here.
If it's been done here at the company, I've done it. Every time, you gotta clean your bristles, see?
The relationship I have with Kyle is cool. When we get a little bit of spare time, I like to go to his bus and crush him in whatever game he wants to play. KB, anytime you're ready.
Away from the racetrack, I enjoy spending time outdoors, going fishing, riding four-wheelers, and anything I can do just to get outdoors and enjoy the outside.
Obviously, Jimmy and I get along great at the racetrack. One thing people may not know is that we get along off the racetrack as well. Go play golf, maybe skiing, some dinner.
I'm just a different sort of crew chief here at the company. I'm much more of a people person, I think, than the other three. I have to be a people guy because I'm not smart enough to be a crew chief without them.
Something else you guys may not know about me is the fact that I've been a crew chief since my mid-teens. Crew chief for my father in the late models back in Rockford, Illinois.
A nickname I kind of like to forget about is Hogman. I was working for my dad's construction company. He used to wear a Harley-Davidson hat all the time.
I mean, I'm getting a lot of dirt here. Look at that. That wouldn't happen when I was around. No way. Mr. H would not accept that. That is not clean enough for Mr. Hendrick.
And 6 Cup championships for Hendrick.
All I got to say, it's about time. It's about time the crew chiefs got there. Just do. It's not always about the driver.
Yeah, but they always wanted a gold-plated broom.
All right,
what was up with that?
But who's the boss in the end? Who has to make the call when it matters most? The crew chief or the driver? Come on, you're at the wheel.
You know what?
He better listen.
The driver sometimes will beg the crew chief to make the call. The worst thing a driver can
so you can
hear,
blame somebody.
No, the worst thing you can hear when you're out there working away, what do you want to do? What do you mean, what do I want to do?
And see, I agree with him.
Yeah.
He's out there. I'm asking him to drive that race car and focus on the car. I'll run what goes on pit road. I'll tell him what the gas situation is. I'll tell him about the tires. He just needs to drive the race car.
No, let me tell you. Yeah. I will tell him what he needs to know, what I need to be doing. Car's loose here, there, somewhere else. But it's his job to fix it.
That's exactly right. That's what I'm saying. You can't do both. You just need to be able to drive it and give the information back. I'll figure it out.
Comes on the radio and says save a little fuel.
We think Hendrick has the best drivers. Do they have the best crew chiefs?
It's chemistry. It's totally chemistry.
That's a cop-out. Come on.
No, it's not. It's not. Tell him.
Here's what I see. It's just like us. What are the people that Fox hires? Why do they hire them? They're passionate. They love what they do. Those guys, all 4 of them are racers. They've been there. They've done that. They've got the experience. They love their job, and they can't wait to get to the track for the next race. That's what makes them good.
Did you start in broadcasting sweeping the floor?
Yes, I did, and I may end up there.
There's my answer right there. You're passionate.
Should have swept him out the door.
I have to sweep up the Hollywood Hotel later. Since the development of the current point system at 75, Gordon has the biggest lead that any driver has ever had at this point of the season. We're a third of the way through. Kurt Busch has jumped 13 spots in the last 6 races. Junior fell a couple. Remember when he got penalized for that incident at Darlington? And speaking of Junior, they dropped that appeal, so they'll serve the punishment. We look forward to Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's never won here at the 600. He hasn't won this year, maybe that first win of the year, but he's as cool as Vincent Chase. He's ready to roll. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Q, the heat-activated oil that helps maximize the power of your engine. Unleash all your horses. By Goodyear, innovative technology to help you get there. By Famous Dave's, real, honest barbecue. And by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. We'll pick you up.
Memorial Weekend is loaded with traditions here at the Coca-Cola 600. One of the biggest is the fact that it's a home game for the crew guys. Not only do they get a chance to sleep in their own beds, but they get a chance to ride their own motorcycles to the racetrack. About 10 years ago, it was one small lot with 6 or 8 bikes, and now it has grown into 3 different sections. Now, Bob Osborne, who's Carl Edwards' crew chief, he rides the gray gunmetal bike. You've got Jay Guarneri, who helps Dale Earnhardt Jr. buckle into his race car every Sunday afternoon. He rides this red chopper out to the racetrack. Of course, I ride my Road King Classic. And you know, you don't have to have a Harley to park here. Just ask Larry Mack.
We were talking about the Hendrick, you guys keep it down over there. The Hendrick Motorsports drivers, they make a fantastic foursome. As for the Power Four, the new movie, The Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer, the sequel to the original hit that opens nationwide June 15th. And our Steve Burns, trackside with the cast. Steve, lights, camera, action.
A tough duty. Thank you very much, Chris. You know, NASCAR is a sport, but it's also entertainment, which brings us to Miss Jessica Alba, Michael Chiklis, and friends. Now, before I talk about the movie, Jessica, you guys are here to work and promote the film, but how has the hospitality been here? Tell us about your NASCAR experience.
It's been amazing. The fans are incredible. They're very enthusiastic, and we were so happy to bring the Fantastic Four aerial stunt to NASCAR. That's why we're here. And it's Yoan Griffith and Chris Evans.
There you go. Very good. Now, Michael, since she already did the job of introducing your co-stars, tell us about this stunt. I know we have footage of it. It's pretty amazing, I heard.
Yeah, we have 21 aerial specialists jumping out of the plane and forming a human four. And then the 22nd guy is the Silver Surfer, and he comes flying down at 180 miles an hour and bursts through the four, breaking that all up. And then they all plummet to Earth together. It's pretty amazing.
And the Silver Surfer, as I understand it, is an enigmatic, intergalactic harbinger of doom. I'm pretty impressed I got that all out.
Oh, well done. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great description of it. He's, go on.
We're looking forward to it. And Jessica, by the way, in the context of journalism, I know you're a woman of integrity and you don't like being objectified, but you got ripped off by Maxim magazine. You should have been #1, no Lindsay Lohan. That's my thought.
Oh, thank you so much.
And we're glad to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, it's very sweet whenever I get to make any of those lists. It's very humbling. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And the Silver Surfer coming out, as you said, Chris, in a couple of weeks.
I could do that. I could do this.
I think Steve is sweating.
Well,
that looked good.
I was going to do that stunt right there, but I just have this thing about silver. Gold maybe, but not silver.
No. I would have been perfect in that chrome outfit.
Should be. Yeah, it should be a terrific movie. And yeah, she was second to Lindsay Lohan on that Maxim list, but just don't let Lindsay drive you to the track. The Subway Fresh Buzz today, all about Dale Earnhardt Jr., who wants to decide on his new race team within 30 days. Hendrick has said that there's no room at the end currently. That could change. Gibbs says he wants it, but sponsorship could be an issue. Childress from Bobby Ginn Racing among those in consideration. Now for a check on our Fox News Watch on Wednesday, Roush Fenway. Firing Greg Biffle's crew chief Pat Tryson. Greg Irwin is in. He'll officially take over in Dover. This will be Biffle's third crew chief change since the end of the 2006 season. Mark Martin reportedly will drive Jeff Gordon's 24 car if Gordon misses any time due to the birth of his first child. Due to have a baby girl the week of June 24th. Gordon has never missed a cup race in 484 straight starts. All right, we usually do gas and go, but the price of gas is so high, we got to go. So let's go to the questions. All right, let me find him here. When we ran out for your picnic, I lost him. All right, you ready?
For you, there have been 8 crew chief changes already this year.
All right, first question, Jeff.
Tough guys to find.
To say Casey Kane, by the way, has had kind of an off year is like saying, Hannibal Lecter has a slight eating disorder because he is 30th in points. He dominated this race last year. He was 7th. So here's your question, 15 seconds. What kind of chance do you give him tonight? Remember, he won both races last year, the Busch race last night. And does he make the chase?
Making the chase is going to be difficult for him. I think they can turn the season around, and he does have a chance at winning the race tonight. I think that Dodge, on a whole, is a lot better than it's ever been at this point.
They got to get it figured out. I mean, it's a nose to a mile of curve. I think they got it.
Daryl, for you,
it's all the tires.
Do you like? So you pretty much know on the chase. Do you like the decision of the new car for NASCAR full time starting next year? They announced it this week.
Well, I know the crews do, and that's the main thing. The teams like it. I knew it would come to that. And you can't have either or. So pick one. They're going to pick this one because that's the way NASCAR wanted it to go. I just think it needs tweaked. I like the car. I'm learning to like it. I've found things I like about it, but I think the guys at the end of this 16 races, they might want to tweak her.
All right.
Just a little bit.
He's
feeling all right?
Just a little bit.
He never liked it.
He said it's a good move.
I'm learning to like
it. Jeff, no Dodges have won this year, right? A lot of Dodges starting up front tonight. Who do you see? Ryan Newman's on the podium. Who do you see finishing first?
Well, I think if out of the Dodge contingent right now, I think it's going to be real close between, believe it or not, Kurt Busch as well as Casey Kane. I think these two guys right here, they could be the best two Dodges here this weekend.
All right, Dodge needs to pull it out. Daryl, for you, does Matt Kenseth, 15 seconds, I kind of lost track of the time. Does Matt Kenseth have the best chance of all the non-Chevy drivers tonight?
Oh, by all means. I mean, he's had some success here. He's won this race. I like Matt Kenseth. This is the kind of race that plays right into his hands. And here's his ace in the hole. It's a B. Called the Killer Bees.
The pit crew, they've done well. All right, Jeff,
Robbie Reiser.
Here we go. How will the crew chief change? Tony Eury Jr. after the suspension, so Tony Gibson in on the 8 car for Junior. How will that affect the 8 team tonight?
I'm really worried right now that they will not have the necessary communication that Tony Eury Jr. had with Dale, especially tonight. I mean, Tony's a great guy. He knows race cars, but I think that factor of trust, DW, you like to talk about, is not going to be there, and that's a huge thing when it comes to having a relationship with the driver and
The
crew
problem
chief.
will be is Dale Jr. will talk them into doing things that they shouldn't do.
All right, Darryl,
Again, driver trying to run from behind the wheel.
Good question. I know you have good insight on this. What's the latest on where you think Junior will end up? Where's he going to sign this deal?
Well, you know what? Can you say satellite?
Meaning what?
I think he might end up with a satellite deal of his own. I mean, I don't know why I feel that way. I felt that way all along.
That's a partnership
with Hendrick or with Gibbs.
Okay.
Those are his two options. I believe he could go with Hendrick. Rick would supply engines, cars, and everything he needs. He can go with Gibbs and just move in and be he and his best buddy Tony Stewart might get along just fine. So I think those are his two options.
Yeah, I think you got two options right there, but just remember, he's got to have a good sponsor, and I'm still hearing that Visa could be that one, and Spin, Budweiser.
All right, so Hendrick may be in the mix. We thought not. I love the inside info. I have a great race. We'll be listening for a long time tonight. You'll have fun?
Oh, yeah, and listen, this race 2 years ago took 5 hours to run. So put some more charcoal on the grill.
That's it.
Get some more steaks.
I want to hear that ringtone again. He'll head up to the play-by-play booth. Here's the Speed Tour Challenge, and we'll be back here at the Hollywood Hotel in a moment.
Get the phone, dummy.
The road trip makes a surprising pit stop. This time, The Rock.
You don't do the dance until the time's out.
You guys are going to be doing 15 hot laps just like that. Woo!
All right, let's go.
Come on! And here we go. That's it.
God almighty, dude, that's just... Whew.
The title is on the line for John. The checker flag is up. Good run. But is it good enough? The moment of truth has arrived.
And John, 31.1. With that, my friend, you won the Speed Road Tour Challenge. You got a job with Speed. You got a brand new Toyota Tundra. How you feeling?
Speed Road Tour Challenge has ended. No, it hasn't. It's just begun.
Back at Lowe's Motor Speedway. Coming up, the green flag, eventually the checkered flag, as always, about the American flag. Time now for those powerful but simple words.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats as the 108th Air Defense Artillery Brigade out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, presents our nation's colors. We ask that you please remain standing as Dr. Bill Philfelder, president of Belmont Abbey College, offers today's invocation.
Please bow your heads and pray with me. O come, Holy Spirit, and kindle the fire of your love in our hearts. Bless and protect all the men and women serving in our armed services and those that have given their lives to make us free. Help each of us to make us work towards making sport what you intended to be, a means for developing virtue. Trusting in your divine providence, we dedicate ourselves to making the Coca-Cola 600, motorsport, all of motorsport, the shining example of what sport can be when you are placed at its center. We ask this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage two-time Grammy Award-winning artist Leanne Rimes as she performs today's national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
In cemeteries in Europe, on islands of the Pacific, in Arlington, and at home, we honor the valor of those who served. NASCAR on Fox continues. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Coke Zero and My Coke Rewards. Collect points and earn NASCAR rewards straight from pit road. Back at Lowe's, when Jeff Gordon was informed that his wife was pregnant, he said it was like Christmas coming early. He had a different reaction. He shuddered when I asked him to do photo finish with me. Jeff Gordon, our driver contestant. Nice to see you. Ready to play along?
I am.
And here's a young Jeff Gordon. How old are you here? Do you?
That's where it all started. I was probably about 5 years old. That was what we called the fuzz car. It actually was painted with felt.
Really? This is an extension of that?
A few years later,
okay.
Yeah. Moved up in a couple classes, and there's the introduction of the flames right there. That's where they all started.
There's different styles with Jeff Gordon. This would look like you're incognito.
Yeah. I need to go back to that look. Yeah, the mustache wasn't working.
Or you do a lot of appearances beyond the track, and including Saturday Night Live, and you look comfortable.
Well, I was so nervous. My heart was pounding down my chest, but it was one of the coolest experiences I've ever had.
More nervous doing something like that, or racing towards the finish line?
More nervous doing that than this game show right now.
Our final photo here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that's probably kindergarten.
You have that stare of a race car driver.
Yeah, well, of course, and I had my Mighty Mouse, biting the bullet, so that pretty much says it all.
He's talking again about doing another Saturday Night Live appearance. It'll be Sunday Night Live with Jeff Gordon. He has won here before 4 times, but last 4 races, Jeff, at the 600, he has failed to finish the race.
But so far this year, he's been able to overcome every hurdle that's been thrown in front of him. He's had bad races before. Tonight's another one of those hurdles. If he can get back to victory lane or a top 5 finish, it may be leading on to that championship he so much wants.
Yeah, his points lead, he's way out there. All right, let's head down to the man who's going to give the command, Kyle Petty, a past winner of this race, always a fan favorite. Yesterday, Kyle surprised fans who were camped out around Lowe's Motor Speedway. We have over 175,000 people that are here to attend the race, and some of those were caught off guard as he showed up at their campground, said, "Hey, I'm Kyle. Appreciate you being here." He took him for a ride at the Richard Petty driving experience, and now he's taking us all for the ride tonight.
Hi, this is Kyle Petty, inside the Coca-Cola Zero Dodge. The Grand Marshals of tonight's Coca-Cola 600 were selected through My Coke Rewards, the online program that offers cool prizes and experiences just for drinking your favorite Coca-Cola products. So grab a Coca-Cola and join us in saying the most famous words in motorsports. In 3, 2, 1...
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Thanks, Kyle.
Jeff Hammond and I will be watching from the Hollywood Hotel with updates all night. Let's head up to the play-by-play booth. The guys calling the race, the best in the business, Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy. Mike, these 600 miles are going to fly by, right?
Well, they are, but it's going to take a while to get there in what Larry Mack will describe as 3 separate phases to this race. On the eve of our most solemn holiday, we celebrate those hard-won freedoms, like the freedom to spend Sunday night at the racetrack. And 3 phases to this race, Larry.
Yeah, and this race here, 400 laps, 600 miles, it will test the relationship between a driver and a crew chief. Darrell and Jeff talked about it in the pre-race. Right now, the track has no grip. It's going to be slick. These cars are going to be sliding around, and then they're going to get a little bit better. But what you really hope is that you can stay in contention and be there for that final 100, 150 miles, and that you make the right adjustments leading into that segment.
I know what you're thinking. When the track is at its worst is when you're going to be at your best.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the whole problem. 2 things I worry about. It's fatigue mainly, physical and mental. Physically, you're going to be up on the wheel on the start of this race because your car is going to be all over the place. And so that's when you need to be at your best. But then they're going to get the sun's going to go down, the track's going to get better, the car's going to get better, and you're going to be saying, whew, I wore myself out hanging on to this thing for 250 laps. Now what do I do? So physically, you're going to wear down some, but mentally, you've got to stay focused.
So 3 different phases to this race. We will chart the transitions for you as we go from daytime into night. Let's go for a spin in the AutoZone Driver Zone with DW's Drive and Ride.
All right, Jeff, the guys are preparing to run the longest race that we have tonight, 600 miles here at Charlotte. One of the things I've got to be aware of is just how comfortable I am in the car. I got to be aware of my seat position, my pedals, my steering wheel. Is it close enough? I want that wheel in close so I don't get tired. My mirror, can I see all around? Is there everybody? Can I see inside, outside?
You just calm down there, buddy. You tell me what you need. I'm going to get you taken care of. You just keep giving the things that you don't like about this car. I'll make them right for you, little friend. We'll get it right tonight.
One of the hardest things a driver has to do in this 400-lap race is stay focused, concentrate.
Hey, how much longer we got to go? Are we there yet?
No, but I'm going to pick up the pace, and we'll get there a little sooner than we would have.
Man, this is fun.
I like it. I love it. I want some more of it.
A singing ride-along crew chief.
Yes, well, the other thing that's important, and Larry knows this, is trust. You've got to trust your crew chief. Whatever he tells you, you've got to believe that he knows what he's talking about. He's got the notes. He's got the information. Trust him.
And I think that's one reason Jimmy Johnson, Chad Canals, they've been so good, is they know even when their car is on top of it that they got to be aggressive with those changes.
Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR, proud sponsor of the Budweiser Pole Award, given to the fastest qualifier at each NASCAR Nextel Cup race, Ryan Newman. The Rocket is this week's fastest qualifier and the most current Budweiser Shootout eligible driver. It's an all-Penske Dodge front row. Ryan Newman, teammate Kurt Busch, ready to lead them down to the green flag on NASCAR's longest night. You're watching NASCAR on Fox. Welcome back to the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. Just 2 laps away from getting the green flag. Brian Nagy of Buffalo, New York has this week's FedEx Racetracks question. What's the bigger challenge in running 600 miles? The distance or changing track conditions?
There is no question. We've talked about it ever since the pre-race. It's all about the changing track conditions and keeping up with them.
You're encouraged to write in your questions for each track we visit as part of the FedEx Letter of the Week. FoxSports.com, keyword FedEx.
Hey, let's talk to the driver of one of those military cars. What do you say, Mark Martin in the Army car?
Right.
Hey, Mark, it's DW, but you got a copy?
Yeah, DW, how you doing, man?
I'm cool up here, but I don't know how you are out there. It's Memorial Day weekend. You're driving the Army car, and it's going to be a long, hot night. How you doing out there? How's it going to be?
Well, first of all, I want to thank all the fans and say it's a privilege and an honor to represent our soldiers' race car here. So, you know, this is a great time, Memorial Day, when we salute all our fallen soldiers who've given the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom so that we can enjoy stuff like this.
10-4, Mark. We all agree with you. This is your kind of race, buddy. What do you got for him tonight?
Oh, man. If we can ever get to 9 o'clock, Daryl, I'm really, really struggling with the sunshine. You know, we have a great car for nighttime, but it's going to be a long time till nighttime. So, you know, Ryan and the Army team have done everything they can to get this thing, you know, kind of crunched up to get me, you know, to about 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And then after that, I hope that we really got something for them.
10-4, buddy. I'll tell him to give you a wake-up call around 9. So good luck to you, and we'll be watching.
Well, I should have had Mark Martin do my keys to the race, because he hit on a lot of them. First one, long race, patience until the sun goes down. That's what Mark Martin talked about. These cars are going to be sliding around, so just be patient for a while. Easy on the restarts. Last week in the All-Star Challenge, last night in the Busch race, it seems like most of the problems on this hard tire is when the air pressure's down and we're just getting up to speed. And we've been talking about it, and we will continue to talk about it, being aggressive with changes, keeping up with an ever-changing track. I'll add a bonus in there. Beware of turn 2 early when the sun's out. Beware of turn 4 late when we get that grip.
Yeah, turn 4 ought to be Calamity Corner in my mind after the sun goes down.
There's the first transition we'll look for. You see the shade covering turn 1 and a bit of turn 4 in the front straightaway. When this entire track goes from sun to shade, that'll be our first transition into phase 2.
These boys are all singing that song, Thank the Lord for the Nighttime. Forget the day.
Nighttime is the right time.
And if I had time, I'd sing it for you, but I don't have time right now.
Field is in turn 3. Penske Dodges on the front row. Elliott Sadler's Dodge and Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s Chevrolet. Row number 2. 400 laps tonight.
Pit road speed 45 miles per hour. Remember Matt Kenseth the other night caught for speeding late in the race. The pit window for fuel 55 to 58 laps. You see the cars, it has to go to rear for various reasons. DW 600 miles. Let's get this Sunday night party started. Reach up there and pull those belts tight one more time.
Hey, this is for all you troops over there watching this by overseas. For all our troops here at home. Here we go. One time. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Happy Memorial Day, everybody.
Backs up 2 spots.
And I think we were anxious to see how that 8 car was going to be. Dale Earnhardt Jr. He had his best start of 2007, but struggled in those 2 practice sessions yesterday.
Yeah, but you know, they said they were going to put the car back like they had it when it runs so well. Probably just take him a lap or 2 to be sure it's as good as it was when they before they started messing with it. He got down in line now. I think he's going to be okay.
Started 4th, running 6th, and under attack from Dave Blaney and J.J. Yaley.
Boy, the start of the race tonight is a much cleaner start than what we've seen all week over here. Everybody looks like they're kind of up on their game right now, really minding their manners.
Darryl, you guys talked about him in the pre-race, already on the move. Matt Kenseth started 5th in that 17 car. He's already looking at the back bumper of those 2 Dodges up there.
Yeah, he's my pick. I just think he's going to be somebody that they're going to have to deal with all night long. Had the car to be here in the All-Star race.
Dick Berggren is in Matt's pit.
He's got to be one of the favorites to win tonight. He has twice won in the Busch Series. He won the 600 back in year 2000. He has won the All-Star race. This is the same car that led the most laps last week as well. He's got an incredible pit crew. He drives this place well. Matt Kenseth's got a good shot, Mike.
Thanks, Dick. Dale Earnhardt Jr. now fighting his way back toward the front.
I just believe Junior was being real cautious, Larry. They changed the car around a lot from practice. I think he just wanted to feel it out and be sure it was going to be all right.
Steve, is the 8 okay?
Yeah, so far, Mike, but at the end of practice yesterday, Dale Earnhardt Jr. said his car was terrible. Now he has an interim crew chief, Tony Gibson, up on the pit box. Tony Uri Jr. is serving a suspension. This morning, they changed nose weight, front shocks, and a right rear spring. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has already said he feels the car chattering. Pat Yoakum.
Danny Hamlin carrying special marine colors tonight, hoping to get back into victory lane someplace he hasn't since July of last year. Now, this team has struggled in the daylight here. They've struggled at night. So it's all about time management. And Mike Ford told me they've set the car up for the nighttime. Now young Denny just has to be patient enough to get the car there to be in contention. Mike?
Hamlin right now running in 7th. He's about 3 seconds off the lead, held by Ryan Newman.
You know, all that practicing, all that testing, qualifying, all-star race, everybody should have their car as good as they can get it. They've had a lot of laps around this joint, so they ought to be right for tonight.
But Darrell, I do believe the track is in the worst conditions that it's been in. It's slick, it's hot. We haven't had rain in over a week to wash any of the rubber. No question, this is the hottest day since we've been here.
I agree with that about the conditions, but you know what? The rain, I think, is a good thing because it didn't change any. The track has pretty much been slick the whole time we've been here.
What about the man who's had so much success here and calls this place his house? Jimmy Johnson started 21st. He's racing in 15th behind Mark Martin. Krista?
Well, Mike, it was a couple of years ago that Jimmy Johnson joked about that reference, his house, Lowe's Motor Speedway. Some people thought, joking or not, that was a little brash, but the numbers don't lie. In the last 8 races, that's 4 years, he has finished 3rd, 2 seconds, a win, 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 win. With those kind of numbers, maybe this place on a weekend that we celebrate barbecues and brats should be Johnsonville. Jimmy laughed. He said, I don't care what you call it, as long as we continue to perform. And he did want me to personally say his respects and gratitude also are going out to our troops today.
Thanks, Kristen. Newman has led every lap. Kurt Busch in 2nd. Johnson has 4 teammates. The most prolific is that number 24, Jeff Gordon. The Nextel Cup point leaders is DuPont Chevy, carrying Department of Defense colors and the logo of that pin we all wear, saluting our nation's troops and their families.
He's going to get 2 of the Everett Dodges here in one swoop. Remember, didn't have a good qualifying run the other night, qualified 32nd. He just moved around Scott Riggs, headed to the top 20, just took over the 21st position in this 24.
Been watching the 9 car of Casey Kane back in there. You see him up next to the wall there. He's up there because he keeps sliding up there. A couple of times I've seen him. He's back in the 23rd position. Got a battle here going on for the lead.
I wonder if it was it was a deal. Look at Kurt Busch with his hand with a wave to his teammate Ryan Newman. Hey, buddy, could I lead a lap?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You got a teammate, take advantage of it while you can. May not be that way for long.
Just remember, Kurt Busch comes in here 7th in the points in the 2 car. And the thing that amazes me, up until last year, I don't think we would have ever seen that with the 2 Penske cars. These guys are acting and working like good teammates now, Kurt Busch and Ryan Newman.
Kurt Busch the leader, Ryan Newman is wingman. Matt Kenseth closing from 1 second behind. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by the auto parts experts at AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. By Chevy, the most wins in NASCAR history. An American revolution. By Nextel, only from Sprint, helping NASCAR Nextel Cup fans get more done. And by Coke Zero and My Coke Rewards. Collect points and earn NASCAR rewards straight from pit road.
"17 caution-free laps in Concord, North Carolina. Ryan Newman, the pole sitter, led the first 10. His Penske Dodge teammate Kurt Busch has led the last 7. Comes around for his 8th lap lead of the night. Matt Kenseth was closing, but no longer. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has gone past Kenseth to take over the 3rd spot. As you see two of the Hendrick cars battle, let's talk about chasing this racetrack.
And it's something, we talked about it in the pre-race. We talked to Mark Martin about it. Now, this is the estimated track temperature. You notice right here, from the start to about 6:30, we're going to be about 1:30. Then the sun will start going behind the grandstands. We're going to cool down probably about 15 more degrees. Then we're going to go somewhere in the mid-90s here. But at the finish, Mark Martin talked about it. From 9 o'clock on, that's when it's going to cool down. What does this mean? This means the track's going to gain grip, and the cars are probably going to tighten up and almost tighten up too much. So these guys have to keep adjusting. Even Kurt Busch and Ryan Newman up there, if they want to stay in the hunt, they'll have to start adjusting those cars as the track cools down.
Another element that goes into a lot of that too is as hot as the track is right now, it causes your tire pressures to just go crazy. You build up in your tires really is what affects the car's handling over the long haul.
In our little pool, there's nothing at stake, folks, but who is going to brush the wall first? I think we all have a favorite already.
I do. The 9 car.
Robbie Gordon high down in turn 1. He is really close to an encounter with the beast of the Southeast here.
We just saw Jimmy Johnson in that 48 go by Elliott Sadler in the 19. That was a battle for 8th. So that 48 car, he's headed to the front. But Matt, the Evernham cars, even Elliott Sadler, who qualified 3rd, not where they need to be right now, Matt.
Not at all, Larry Mack. And if you talk to the guys on EMS's, all 3 teams, they'll tell you in the daytime, their car's not quite as good. But at night, they really come to life. That's what they're expecting here. But Elliott Sadler says his car just way too tight in the center, especially down in turns 3 and 4. Just trying to hang on.
I'll tell you a guy that's doing a pretty good job here on the get-go, Larry, is not too far behind the 19. That 18 car right there. J.J. Yaley. I mean, he's sitting there in pretty good shape right now, running in the 6th spot and doing a nice job.
You know, honestly, though, Darrell, he's been pretty fast and good ever since we unloaded on Thursday. He qualified up there in 12th and actually been pretty good in every practice session, even yesterday.
I think that car, he could do really well here tonight if they just keep him throttled back a little bit. Give me about 90% right now.
A couple of veterans here. Jimmy Johnson pulling his Chevrolet down inside of Ricky Rudd's Ford. And 7th will change hands as Johnson continues his march toward the front.
But I tell you, when I look back there at Ricky Rudd in that 88 car, we talk about this every week. That race team, Ricky Rudd in the 88, they need a good run. Sitting there 34th in owner points, flirting with falling outside the top 35.
And a lot of people were saying that that 88 car was a car to keep your eye on tonight, that the old rooster might crow about midnight.
There's the camouflage car sneaking up on Ryan Newman, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. blasts on by.
Hey, Larry,
2nd place.
Glad they put it back like it was.
And of course, what Darrell's talking about, the car was fast on Thursday. He qualified up there in the top 4. They started slinging springs and shocks and sway bars yesterday through all the practice. I saw Steve Mill, who works with DEI. He was headed to the motor coach lot last night. I said, where are you headed? He said to make sure they're going to put that race car back like it was before the day started. Obviously, it's working out.
Steve?
Hey, Larry Mack, the other thing they did, Tony Gibson told me that they went back to air pressures from the race here in October. So that they felt like that was going to be an important tuning tool before the race. Also, Tony Gibson has been with DEI for 6 years, and he says he knows how to deal with Dale Earnhardt Jr. You talk about driver crew chief communication. He said he could tell by the tone of his voice how he feels about his car.
Steve, getting ready for this race tonight is like a pilot flying an airplane. You've got to trust your instruments. When you don't know where you're going or you don't know what's below you, trust your instruments. These guys have to trust their notes. Got to go back to what they know has worked, what they've done in the past. Got to have that trust in what you've done here in the past.
We ride with Matt Kenseth, and he's given up a spot to Denny Hamlin. Kenseth has now backed up to 5th place. And again, we talk about this being the first phase of the race when most of the track is in sunlight. You see him now moving into shade and then back to the sun. And Tony Stewart, who had been as high as about 12th after starting 14th, he's now slipped back to 18th place, Steve.
Mike, they made wholesale changes to that number 20 Home Depot Depot Chevrolet this morning, Cart Chief Jason Shapiro said if we gain a 1/10 of a second on every change we've made, we'll lap the field. But right now, Tony Stewart says we're losing most of our time getting back on the gas. You need to free me up in the center.
Greg Zipadelli told me this morning, he says, don't worry about us in the daylight. He says, we're going to be junk. But in the night, we're going to be right.
Yeah, we saw that over here in the All-Star race. I mean, we didn't even talk about Tony. He rode at the back, but when it was all over with, he finished 5th. So they can get it dialed in.
Kurt Busch in the lead at Lowe's Motor Speedway by 1.2 seconds over Dale Jr.
I want the cup.
In pre-race, this man stood alone. His family was introduced to the crowd as the spirit of those who are serving abroad. They didn't know he was right behind them. The military flew Staff Sergeant Rashid Hall here from Iraq for a joyful reunion.
That is so cool, man. Awesome. What a deal.
We're 35 laps in to Stock Car Racing's longest night, the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte, North Carolina. This is the 48th annual running of a race born in 1960 when promoter Bruton Smith and his partners, including race car driver Curtis Turner, thought to get any attention at all on the day of the Indianapolis 500, they had to have a bigger race. So they staged a longer one, 600 miles.
I think it worked. Mike, document this. Lap times right now at almost 40 laps, 32 flat basically, and that's why these cars, a lot of them are handling ill, but they're not going fast enough and they can't control them. But just wait. That's another good indicator of where the track is. Every time you look at lap times, we'll see those things pick up as the evening comes along.
I will guarantee you it will be after 9 o'clock. We'll see the fastest laps of this race, just like Mark was talking about, waiting on 9 o'clock to come.
From shade to sunlight and back again. Not as much grip out here in the sun. Of turn 2, the backstretch, and turn 3. Jimmy Johnson continues his march to the front. He's up to 4th. And Krista, he is one of the 3 or 4 quickest cars on the racetrack right now.
I know, Mike. I had to look down at my notes and double check the fact that he started 21st. It has taken him just 38 laps to move all the way up to 4th. The condition he's reporting on the radio is that the car is just starting to get a little bit tight. Back on lap 25, track announced said you're about halfway on your tires and fuel. That was the exact moment where the car started to tighten up.
Second place, Denny Hamlin takes a position back from Dale Earnhardt Jr.
That old 11 car is rambling, baby.
You know, Darrell, you talked in your ride and drive about driver comfort and being ready for this 400 lap, 600 miles. Denny Hamlin had never raced in the Coca-Cola 600 till last year, and he said, you know what? I wasn't ready for that, but I'm ready for it this year. I know what I'm up against.
There's so many things, as I said, fatigue, mental and physical. And if one affects the other, the physical part will affect the mental part. So you got to be comfortable.
Matt?
And right now you see Denny Hamlin up high. The car is just so loose on entry and especially loose on exit, but we were closing in on the very first round of pit stops, about 15 or so laps away. They don't want to over adjust, and that's key. Every stop that we make tonight, you want to be right on the money as far as your adjustments of keeping up with the racetrack, not dial yourself out too early.
Claire, let's talk about the pit window here, because it's different than what we've seen in past 600s due to the size of the fuel cell.
Well, yeah, if you remember, last year we actually had that smaller 13.5-gallon cell. These guys could barely just run past 40 to 45 laps. But now with this 19-gallon cell, we can run about 55 to 58 laps. And I think, like Darrell has talked all year long, I think when we're out of fuel, these guys are going to be ready for 4 tires.
I love that. That's one of the best things I think NASCAR has done in a long time, is marry the fuel cell to the tires. Now we're not going too far on tires because we got more fuel than we got tires. Kind of married them up real nice.
And just to put a period on the number of laps they can run, these engines with this carburetor get about 4.5, 4.6 miles to the gallon.
15th place race, Mark Martin in the Army 01 against Jeremy Mayfield's Toyota. And closer to the front, Jeff Gordon making an 8th place pass on J.J. Yeley. Meanwhile, Kurt Busch continues to lead at 42 laps. He has 1.2 seconds on Danny Hamlin. You're watching the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by State Farm. Great service, great rates. Nobody takes care of you like State Farm. By Haviland, introducing Haviland with new Deposit Shield. Protect precious metal. By the new Ford Super Duty, built to work harder for you. And by Subway Restaurants. Subway, eat fresh.
For Greg Biffle, a change of crew chief, but no change of luck. He cut down a right front, pounded the wall in his Roush Fenway Ford, and is headed for the garage. Look up in the shadows of turns 1 and 2 for Biffle.
Yeah, he's already in the wall there, but I tell you, he's had a rough year with right front tires there. He blew out one testing at Vegas, and I said it was the hardest lick he'd ever taken in his life, and he's had a couple of hard licks this year.
That was a very hard lick there, right dead middle, looked like in the middle of 1 and 2, straight up to that wall.
Straight in.
Biffle's in the garage. Joe Nemechek had either a wheel bearing problem on the right front or a tire rub. He is coming pit side. There's Nemechek on the apron smoking from the right front. And pit road will be open.
And it's going to be very busy, probably with all top 35 cars that are on the lead lap. Dick Bergman, they're coming your way, buddy. Yeah, they sure are. Matt Kenseth started 5th. He is still in the 5th position. He has just been warned to stop at the pit where the crew has green uniforms, different sponsor, so a different color here. The decision about what to do with tires has been a group decision.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. saying better than I thought we'd be. I'm just a little snug in the center, 1 pound out of the left front. Matt.
The Williams topping off the 2 car. No tires taken on this stop. To Krista.
Jimmy Johnson in. His car starting it a little bit tight. A slight chassis adjustment, half turn, and air pressure.
A great stop for Kurt Busch. He leads everybody off pit road by quite a margin.
I think he said he didn't take any tires is why. I think he just busted fuel, put fuel in, and that's a good strategy. We saw it work a couple of times for guys already over here.
So the first caution of the day out for Greg Biffle, and everybody's made pit stops.
No contest.
Getting set from the restart. Our aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR, helping NASCAR drivers get to the finish line for the past 25 years. Goodyear, get there. Bobby Labonte gets the free pass. He is back on the lead lap. Joe Nemechek has gone to the garage area with no brakes. Reed Sorensen serves a pit road penalty for too fast exiting, and we're ready for the restart with 36 laps to go. We know him as Mark Williams. Well, some of us do. We all call him Hoppy. He's one of our audio guys. He's undergoing chemo, and for our Emmy award-winning audio crew, and especially Hoppy, let's crank it up. Trouble, turn 1. Stewart sideways and a melee.
The problem was that 48 just lost a left rear tire, I believe it is. The tires started rolling off, and all these guys checked up, and they got run over from behind.
I mean, we have a bunch of tore up race cars down there. There's the Elliott Sadler, the 19 car.
There's a melee.
Johnson was slow in the backstretch and held up a bunch of cars coming off turn number 4, but there's David Gilliland and Jamie Mack. They all piled up in one. Watch the 48.
Here he is right here. He's the guy that's he's got them all backed up here. The tire comes off, and now they just start trying to dodge that. Gets all bottled up. Stewart's in there, and he gets hit from behind by the cat car.
Kevin Harvick, you saw the 29 car sideways. And it was like the tread came off of the tire.
It did.
It wasn't that the wheel came off, just the whole tread.
The tread came off the tire.
See Jeff Green involved, Gilliland, and Johnson drives away. It all happens behind him.
Yeah, but he's getting in trouble right here, and he starts slowing down. I think Carl Edwards has to slow down, and then the tire comes off, and that's what confuses things.
A lot of guys in our top 10 in points, top 12 in points involved there.
Clint Boyer has driven back to the pit road area with damage. Sterling Marlin goes to the garage, but everybody is okay. Cleanup and damage repair in the Coca-Cola 600. More than half a dozen cars with heavy damage. That all started when Jimmy Johnson had a left rear tire go down. What cut his tire? Watch the 84 on the right of your screen inside of Johnson.
A.J. Allmendinger in the 84 car.
Gets a little loose, walks up the track.
And then as Jimmy comes off 4, bottom of your screen, he's got a hand out to warn other drivers.
He knows he's in trouble right there.
I got a problem. I got a problem now. On back in here is where somebody didn't get the message.
Now watch Johnson, top middle of your screen on the right. And things just accordion.
Yeah. I think the tire coming off, the tread coming off the tire, Jimmy waving his hands. Some guys saw that and slowed down. Other guys just kept piling on.
And of course, the guys that would have seen his hands would have been just the guys right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, it's no fault of anyone. You got trouble going down into turn 1 here, you're probably going to get in it.
48's got a flat tire on the top.
Now, who's the wittiest driver in NASCAR? See if Kyle Petty gets your vote right here.
Crasher, back it down, back it down, back it down, man, back it down, back it down, back it down, back it down. I can't see. Go high, go high, go high if you're still going. I got a tire in the...
What he said was, I got the tire, but I couldn't get the recap. Yeah, talking about the carcass that came off Jimmy's car.
You know, guys I see that are involved in that, guys that's already with backup cars for this race. Jeff Green in the 66 after a crashing qualifying. Sterling Marlin in the 14. They tear another car up here.
Steve?
Mike, you see the 20 team working on that left front fender. They're also making sure that the fender braces are okay. They actually think they're in pretty good shape. They're a little worried about the rear quarter panel on the right side as well. Dick Berggren.
I'm with Juan Montoya. You were right in the middle of that thing. What did it look like to you?
The first thing I saw, it was a tire flying. As soon as I saw a tire flying in the straight, I just checked up and we managed to slow down the car and everything. And then I think it was a 10 car. Somebody came in behind us and just pushed us straight into the whole mess. A little frustrated, you know. We managed to slow down, get out of problems, and even like that, you know, broke the radiator. But I think it's still good, you know. Everybody at the Texaco Havoline Dodge team today have done a great job all weekend. We have a fast car, and, you know, it's just part of racing.
It is indeed. Biffle hit so hard he bent the seat and the leg supports, Krista.
Well, Dick, the 48 team so used to overcoming adversity. This one coming very early in this race, though. The casing came off the tire. You see here the stack of tires down to the inner liner. All the casing shredded off. But Chad Knaus so calm on the radio as Jimmy brought his car in. He said, all right, guys, we're going to put a brace on the left rear fender. They took the time to make some bigger adjustments, pulling a rubber out of the left rear and making a track bar adjustment. But as you can see, the tire, a little bit of a freak incident down here, but we've got a long ways to go. Matt Yoakum?
Much debate on the two teams' radio. Even when Kurt was working his way down pit road, whether to take on tires or just fuel only, the team made the call. And then after that crash, Kurt said, what a great call. Remember, these tires, once you get a heat cycle on them, they're even better. One of the big reasons why they played strategy early here in the two camp.
Staying out wasn't a bad plan, I can tell you, or just getting out front ain't a bad plan.
Kept him in front of that mess.
It did. There's what an interliner looks like. That's what saved Jimmy Johnson from crashing.
8 cars are in the garage. We'll recap those when we come back.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Coke Zero and My Coke Rewards. Collect points and earn NASCAR rewards straight from pit row.
Get a free Coke Zero from My Coke Rewards. Text the word zero to 2653 now. Standard rates apply. We're getting ready to go green. The 8 cars in the garage. Well, let's make it 9. Clint Boyer, Juan Montoya, Sterling Marlin, Elliott Sadler, David Gilliland, Jeff Green, Johnny Sauter, Joe Nemechek, and Greg Biffle were already in the garage. So 7 cars taken out in that pileup in turn 1. Kurt Busch will lead them down for the restart.
You want to talk about misery? Sat out there all night in a wrecked race car.
Still running.
Yeah, still going.
Still got a long way to go.
Matt Kenseth, that yellow car with a launch on turn 2 and a full head of steam, hunting second place. Denny Hamlin.
Kenseth's car looks pretty sporty on the fresh tires.
Darryl, we talked about that green car earlier, that 18 car.
Trouble again, guys. Got into 24. Yo! Man, Jeff Gordon took a lick.
Yes, he
Jeff
did.
Burton took a lick.
And they're still wrecking Allmendinger, Robbie Gordon.
Boy, I don't feel good about Jeff Gordon at all. That was a hard nose-in lick right there. His car went airborne and hit so hard.
The car that had just gotten the free pass was Tony Raines, and that's who
Be careful on the tip now.
got hard into Gordon. There's Allmendinger's Toyota. And there you see Jeff Gordon. He's got the wheel off on his DuPont Chevy, and he will climb out okay. And that beautiful paint job is all done. Allmendinger's okay. Darryl, what are you fond of saying? Cautions breed cautions?
Particularly on these tires. It seems like with the grip factor being pretty low on these tires, the first few laps, every time we've had a restart over here for the last 10 days, has resulted in some of this.
Watch the 24 of Gordon, who came in here with the biggest point lead after 11 races anybody's ever had.
Raines just gets loose off 4 and he gets into Jeff, and Jeff about has it saved till he gets out in the grass, and man, he takes a lick, and then watch Allmendinger lift him right off the ground.
I mean, there was nowhere for A.J. Allmendinger at 84 to go.
No, that was.
You know, Jeff Burton in the 31 got very little of that. A little bit of contact on the nose, but
I think he got a lot of left side damage.
Okay. Let's watch from the Goodyear blimp.
Jeff Gordon he came so close to getting that thing saved.
3,400-pound cars just bouncing around like basketballs.
Jeff is all right looking at the remains of his car. Comes across right in front of Allmendinger. Oh, that's a hard hit.
Oh, it
even though it's the safer barrier.
Oh,
that's a hard hit.
That really scared me there for a moment. I'm glad he's okay. Got out fine.
And you know, just watching Tony Raines get loose there, we talked about that in our keys to the race. Easy on the restarts, down on low air pressure.
From Jeff Burton. Let's see how much of this he gets.
Still there, still there. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Easy, easy, easy.
Now you can see, you folks at home, that's what he sees. Nothing. It's it's a lot of instinct. It's a lot of luck. You kind of go where you saw him last.
And his windshield won't clean that easy.
No.
Damage to the left front of Raines' DLP Chevy.
Off and, start shaping that up.
Free pass car would have been Allmendinger, but since he was involved, there will be no free pass. And the pile of broken cars gets bigger.
That car took one more lick.
It did. That thing was hard impact.
That's Jeff Burton working on his car in his pit, working on the left side. And the Red Bull team, which started both their Toyotas. Allmendinger now out. Brian Vickers continues. He was not involved. Tony Raines collects Jeff Gordon. Another pileup.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by FedEx. Every day is race day. By Wendy's hot and juicy burgers that are made to order. That's right. By Napa Auto Parts. Napa, get the good stuff. And by Allstate, official insurance sponsor of NASCAR.
Our Allstate Good Hands driver, number 31, Jeff Burton. Watch him drive through this one with only minor contact. Where here it looks like he's really going to get collected. On behalf of Jeff Burton, Allstate will donate $1,000 to the Urban Youth Racing School. Allstate, official insurance sponsor of NASCAR. Are you in good hands?
Hey, Mike, you know, Jeff Gordon has failed to finish his last 4 consecutive Lowe's races here. Make that 5 now.
And he's a 3-time winner of this race.
And you know, it looked like the year he was going to turn places like this around, like he did at Phoenix and some other places where he struggled.
Well, he got turned around.
He did. He turned it around all right. He's finished 24th or worse in 5 of his last 6 races here.
Dick Bergman.
With A.J. Allmendinger, who has just come out of the care center, how wild was it out there?
It was pretty wild. We were terrible, pretty much as bad as you can be to start the race. And but you know, it was a long race, and there was only 3 cars a lap down, and I saw Tony get loose off the corner, and you know, I saw the opening to go for it and just try to clear the one part, and unfortunately Jeff reappeared. So just disappointing. I mean, we need to start these races a lot better. We can't keep starting them off as bad as we do, but you know, that's partly me trying to learn how to do this and partly the team trying to learn how to do this. So we just keep working on it. I think we would have been fine in the long run.
A lot of veterans crashed out as well. Thank you.
He had a great 2nd place last week here in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race.
I've seen marked improvement in that young man. He's giving good feedback now, and he's learned a lot, but obviously the curve is steep.
11 cars now in the garage area, one of those under repair, and we'll come back out Johnny Sauter. Let's have a look at this week's DLP Amazing Moment as you watch from our DLP Ultimate Picture Cam, the cable cam suspended out over the front straightaway here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. May 2005, Jimmy Johnson passes Bobby Labonte on the final lap. Johnson won a record 3rd straight Coke 600, his 4th win at Lowe's Motor Speedway, 4 wins in a 5-race stretch for this man, Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, that was the closest finish I've ever had here in the 600. It's a point something, .0 something.
So Johnson is the only 3-time winner left in the race. Jeff Burton's won it twice, and other prior winners in this race include Dale Jarrett, Matt Kenseth, Casey Kane, Mark Martin, Bobby Labonte, and Kyle Petty.
Now they finally opened pit road for pit stops, and we had about half of our lead lap cars pit for 4 tires adjustments full of fuel. Most of the guys at the front stayed out.
Dick is with the point leader.
And the point leader wants to get a look at what happened to him out there. We are glad you were in good shape. How hard a hit was that?
It wasn't really that hard. I didn't, you know, the car got up in the air really good. I knew that. I've seen the racetrack, but the 96 just got loose. I tried to go underneath him. He clipped me and turned me in the grass and just, you know, went right in the outside wall, and then the car got airborne. You know, I mean, the 84 hit me right at the time I hit the wall. That's what's sending it up in the air like that. So spectacular wreck, unfortunately, because, man, what an awesome race car we had. I was so proud of Steve Letarte and these guys, and you know, when we bring race cars to a track like that, it just makes me have a whole lot of fun. And I was having a blast out there, and I hate we're out of it, but I'm okay. And say hi to Ingrid at home, because I know she's probably a little nervous right now, but I'll be home soon.
You used to have such a love affair with this place. Poles all the time, win all the time, lead so many laps. This is 5 in a row. What's it going to take for you to fall in love again?
Well, I was falling in love today. I tell you what, when the cars are driving like that, you drive from 32nd up to top 5 the way we did. I was liking it, you know, but we got to have everything go our way. We've been having so many good things go our way. You know, I hate that because of the points, but as good as this race team is, we'll fight our way back and get back up there and have some more good runs and hopefully come back here in the fall and show what we're capable of.
Terrific. Thank you. We'll see you in Dover.
It's been a busy day for Dr. Jerry Petty and all of his staff that man the infield care center here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. Over 10 cars in the garage or under repair. Getting set for the restart.
You know, talking about Jeff Gordon, just look at his season this year. 11 starts, 9 top 5s, 10 top 10s, and every finish was a top 15, but that will come to an end today.
So Kurt Busch stays out on track during this caution, along with Denny Hamlin, Matt Kenseth, Dale Jr., and Kyle Busch. The front 5. Ryan Newman, Ricky Rudd, Dale Jarrett, Tony Stewart, Casey Kane, the top 10. 28 cars. Back through Kyle Petty, still on the lead lap.
One thing just real quickly, that this current car, I mean, I know they say that the car tomorrow is a new car is going to be safer. This car here takes a lick, and I know that, and the guys seem to be able to walk away from it.
Guarantee you, Jeff Gordon will tell you that. You look at that wreck and the wreck from Pocono last year. Mike, our top 11 cars right now, all the way back through David Reagan in the 6th, who started at the rear of the field because of an engine change. All the top 11 stayed out under that caution.
And Mike, these guys are racers. It doesn't matter how many wrecks they have or how many cautions are. When they drop the green flag, what do? They go right back after each other.
You see that 5 car right there, Kyle Busch. Now, he qualified back in the 17th position, but I want to give a call to him and to Alan Gustafson and that crew. He hit the wall at the beginning of final practice. They elected to repair that car. He didn't see a final practice, and here he's already up into the top 5.
David Reagan at 11th. Here comes Casey Kane on the inside.
Casey got a little damage in one of those earlier wrecks, but it's all to the rear, and I think they've got him patched up pretty good. Actually, part of the rear bumper face is gone, and that's not a bad thing.
JJ takes the high road around Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, Robbie is really, he backed him up off of 2, and I'm not sure if there's something wrong with his car. He just sure looks like he got a tire down.
But remember, he was involved in that accident just a few laps ago.
Now, just before that, Denny Hamlin went up the hill, and Matt Kenseth took over 2nd place in the 17.
See, the 11 car just gets that little bit of wobble right there off the corner, and when he does, all you can do is lift and hope you don't hit the wall.
And remember, in the middle of the corner, off the throttle, that's still happening at well over 140, 150 miles per hour.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. also moved through into 3rd.
Also, remember, Larry, it takes about a lap or 2 to get your breath back, too.
There are your leaders. Dodge, Ford, and Chevy, 1, 2, 3. Time for our AT&T virtual crew chief question. Will Jimmy Johnson close in on Bobby Allison and Darrell Waltrip for most wins at this speedway tonight? Yes or no? To answer, text the word crew to 191 on your AT&T wireless phone. The new AT&T, your world delivered.
Getting a report that Johnny Sauter, the 70 car who was involved in that first accident back on lap 66, that he was back out on the racetrack with repairs but dragging a fender. They have now black flagged him. He'll have to go back to the garage area for more repairs.
Pretty sure we'll see a few debris cautions as we go along here, because these guys have got these things taped together now.
Right here is a battle between the 36 car of Jeremy Mayfield and Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car. This is a battle for 18th. You see Carl Edwards in the 99. But right now we have 3 Toyotas running in the top 20. Remember, when we go to a racetrack right now, all 7 Toyotas have to qualify on time. All of them made the show with the exception of Michael Waltrip, David Ruderman, who actually crashed qualifying. Toyota brought a little different engine package here, not as far as the way the engine is assembled or built, but just trying to move some of the power to the bottom end to get the car off the corner. That's something the drivers for the Toyotas have been complaining about.
Yeah, they reconfigured the engine. They just took away some of the volume in the cylinder head, the intake manifold, went to a smaller package, a little more velocity, a little more torque, different headers, tailpipes, tuning items.
Whoa, Jeff Burton's in trouble. He was all by himself down in 3 and 4. Remember, he'd been to pit road for major repairs. I think a tire went down or something happened. He's exactly right. Caution is out.
Steve, what happened?
Mike, I just went down to their pits to check it. They were on pit road about 5 or 6 times. The comment was the car was so loose he couldn't drive it, and that was literally 2 laps ago.
Yeah, Steve, he just lost it all by himself, but I think, like he said, it felt like something broke.
Yeah, you sound like a tire. I believe he lost the tire going in there.
So the 1999 and 2001 winner of this race has had a problem.
Now, pit road is open. I think this is a caution that a lot of those guys that pitted on the last caution were wanting to see, because I really believe the guys at the front will need to come in, because we're 30 laps into this run, even though a lot of them are under caution. But I think it's about time to get in there and get some fuel at least.
I'm going to do if I'm Kurt Busch, I'll do what I did last time. Give me some fuel. I'm getting out of here, because I do not want to get back in that melee back there.
Well, Dick Berggren, what will they do?
Well, Matt Kenseth is going to do exactly what Kurt Busch does. He has been told that if Busch comes down pit road, that Kenseth should follow him down pit road. And if, in fact, he does that, it will be a 2-tire change. They, too, do not want to lose any track position whatsoever. He didn't come.
But you see Dale Earnhardt Jr., Denny Hamlin, Ryan Newman, again, a lot of those guys that did not pit under the last caution, with the exception of Kurt Busch and Matt Kenseth, they did hit pit road.
Steve.
Mike, just 2 tires for Dale Earnhardt Jr. this time. They're going to put 1 pound of air in that right rear tire, but 2 tires. Matt.
Chassis adjustment for Denny Hamlin down a half a turn on the track bar. It's going to top him off of fuel, 6.3 seconds. Krista?
Ryan Newman, it's a track bar, fuel, and a shifter ball. He had lost the shifter ball during that last run. They handed him a new one. No tires for the 12.
I would have been nervous about not coming to pit road right there and at least taking on fuel, because we could get into a long green run here, and they're spotting those guys 30 laps on fuel.
I'm liking the way that's what I'd have done too there. Good call.
We're under caution for the 4th time today.
Nice to have you with us on this Memorial Day weekend. NASCAR on Fox. The Coca-Cola 600 from Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. Kurt Busch, your leader. We've already had a couple of major wrecks, causing some 21 cars to be involved. The Indy 500 complete. They had rain problems, rain shortened, and with 35 laps to go, the winner of the Indianapolis 500, there he is, Dario Franchitti, victorious. His wife, of course, the actress Ashley Judd, and that's an Andretti car.
Yeah, it's always good to have an Andretti, I guess, win right there. We see his wife right there, Ashley. She's really excited right there. Hey, what rain? What rain? We're winning.
Hey, a victory is a victory, shortened with 35 laps remaining. We got a lot of laps here to go, Jeff, and the thought is, obviously, Roger Penske there in attendance, has won 14 Indy 500s. No victory for him today, but Kurt Busch, his leader. The wrecks we've seen so far, is this about track conditions changing, tires, drivers adjusting early?
It's a little bit of all the above. I mean, this racetrack has been treacherous all along, but when you have some bad things go wrong, just like happened with the 48 car, it kind of collects everybody else up. But we're getting ready to go back green right now, and Roger Penske should be at least be proud, because he's at least leading this race at this point.
And Jeff Gordon, points leader, out of this race. So let's head back upstairs and see where we go from here.
Starter waiting, green flag in hand. Kurt Busch and Matt Kenseth on point. They've not been to pit road in a long time.
Yeah,
we're back under green.
Actually, our top 4, Busch, Kenseth, Rudd, and Reagan, they have not been to pit road since lap 48. Now, Vickers and Sorensen, they were last on pit road at lap 66. Everyone else hit pit road that caution.
Problem for Dale Jarrett, coasting along at turn 2 as the rest of the field speeds by.
And Dale Jarrett had been in the top 20 for a big portion of this race.
Hey, blew up, Dave.
Sound like it. Jarrett said his engine let go.
Yeah. See Ryan Newman there in the 12 car, our pole sitter. Now he won the battle off pit road of the cars that pitted that time. But look, we've talked about him in early going. J.J. Yaley in that 18 car, staying right with him.
Well, this kind of reminds me of the Formula One race with these guys out front. Oh, hot tires and low fuel. Check out if you can.
I think Jarrett will make it back to pit road and a caution will not be needed. Now Kurt Busch has jumped out to a huge lead because Tony Raines got battling with Matt Kenseth. Raines was trying to get back on the lead lap, and now he's in position for the next free pass. The last one went to Kenny Wallace.
And you know, we always talk about what can you learn in the All-Star Challenge that you can bring to the Coca-Cola 600. I think the thing we're seeing that these guys learn out front in clean air, regardless of what tires you have, is the way to go.
Yeah, it tells you how scared they are to get back in this pack right now, though. They don't want to get back there and get torn up and wiped out.
Dale Jarrett did coast into the garage and presumably out of the race. Carl Edwards has had an eventful day so far in that 99. Currently runs in 14th. He is the 4th highest Ford in the race.
And all the trouble we've had over here for the last 10 days is always on restarts. So, you know, that's just another reason to stay out as long as you can when you're up front.
Mark Martin battling Casey Mears in the 25. This is for 12th.
But I can't help but think what Mark Martin told Darrell as we talked to him under the pace laps. He just kind of wants to hang out until we get to the last 100, 150 miles when this track is at its best, really cools down in the night.
And he's one of the best at just kind of hanging out, taking care of his stuff, sizing up the competition.
Well, we're still in phase 1 of this race, as you'll see the cars go back into sunlight right about here. And when we transition to shade, we'll begin the second of 3 phases of racing's longest night. Take you back 2 laps here. On the break, Kenseth goes after Kurt Busch. Oops.
We've seen that so many times down there in the middle of turn 3 and 4. We saw it with Denny Hamlin in 11 just several laps ago.
And we see trouble off of turn 2 all in this sunlight. But as soon as the sun goes down, it swaps its way over to turn 4 here, and that's where things start to really heat up.
So, Matt, a nice breakaway for Kurt Busch.
Absolutely, and his spotter, Jesse Walker, who just happened to have been the best man at Kurt's wedding, keeping him abreast is the progression of the shade on the racetrack. Remember, Kurt has not pitted since lap 48, and under the last caution, he told his team, I just feel like the tires are just now coming in. They're showing absolutely no wear tonight on these Goodyear tires.
Thanks, Matt. Robbie Gordon has limped to pit road. And again, we stay under green with Kurt Busch enjoying a 2.2 second lead on Matt Kenseth. And the rookie David Reagan, who has stayed out through these caution periods. He's well positioned in 3rd.
It's just really good strategy. But at some point in time, I know we've been under a lot of caution laps, right? So the fuel mileage is better there. But if they stay green here long, these guys up front may be in trouble.
Well, again, as I pointed out, they have spotted those other guys. 30 laps of fuel. Now, there were a lot of cautions there, so that'll add to that number or actually take away from that number.
You're watching the 5th place battle, and the word from Robbie Gordon's pit is that he had not been on pit road since lap 46, and he coasted in and out of fuel. He's back in the race, but went a little too far.
And he should not have been out. It tells me they didn't get that car full when he was on pit road the last time.
Dale Jarrett's team confirms that his UPS Camry is out of the race with a blown engine. Steve?
Mike, we're only on lap 91. Dale Earnhardt Jr. already thinking about lap 345 or thereabouts. He told his crew during that last caution, we need to figure out where we need to be in our last fuel window, and we need to be out front. He said, I don't care who you are, if you're not out front in that last window, you're not going to win this race. Krista.
Ryan Newman's car getting extremely tight on that last adjustment. They made a track bar adjustment. It did not do the trick. His car, he said, is about as tight as it was on the very first run. At that point, he called it a 3 or a 3.5. He said it's consistently getting worse. You see him dropping back quickly.
Now, Mike, just doing the calculations as quick as I could here, those guys that stayed out, which would be in the same boat as Robbie Gordon that we were talking about, Kurt Busch, Matt Kenseth, David Reagan, Brian Vickers, they should be able to run about 20 to 25 more laps, especially based on the number of cautions that we've had. And actually, it's not Brian Vickers. It's actually Ricky Rudd is the other one in the 88. Brian Vickers has now moved to the 4th position. But, you know, Darrell and I have talked about David Reagan in that 6 car so much. It's just like his confidence just keeps going up and up and up. And I have to stress at the top of the show, this car started dead last because they had an engine change after practice yesterday.
Well, you know what? He's a classic rookie. He makes mistakes, but he learns from them. And I think that's where he's really gaining a lot of experience. Is he gets himself in trouble every now and then, but he seems to learn from it. Another car that I think is going to be a factor, surprise, is that 48 car. That team is the best I've seen at overcoming adversity. Had that tire problem, here he is fighting his way back. He's back up to 13th.
Let's pay off our AT&T Virtual Crew Chief question. 78% of you say no. Jimmy Johnson will not notch his 6th Lowe's Motor Speedway win tonight and tie Bobby Allison and Darrell Waltrip.
Right now, he looks like he's going to have to beat a Dodge out there right now. Kurt Busch net too. Dodge has not won a race since we were here in the fall of last year when Casey Kane won. They have been shut out as far as going to victory lane.
Well, this 5 car is on a march, Larry. This is a good thing for this kid. He needs to get up there, race clean, not having any problems, because his confidence, he told us, is shot. He's gotten in so much trouble, that not of his own making necessarily, but man, it's been hard on this young man.
Kyle Busch has moved to 5th, passing J.J. Yelin. His older brother, Kurt, 3.7 seconds ahead of Matt Kenseth. New 2nd place driver Brian Vickers, and Mark Martin is pitted with a flat tire. Our aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR, helping NASCAR drivers get to the finish line for the past 25 years. Goodyear, get there.
You know, Larry, we're talking about Brian Vickers sitting there in 2nd place now. Every time that car has gotten in a race, he's got the only top 10 for Toyota, sitting there running 2nd and chasing down our leader at a pretty high rate.
And I want you to watch this pass for 2nd place on Matt Kenseth just a couple laps ago. He got a run on the high side through the middle of 1 and 2. Watch it. It looks like he's got 100 more horsepower in that 17 car. He has found a groove with this 83 car.
Well, that's a good groove. That's a good line off of there. But remember, that's where Toyota worked on this engine for the last few weeks to give it that power off the corner that they didn't seem to have.
And I mean, right now, that last lap, Brian Vickers ran a 31.38. Our leader, Kurt Busch, 2/10 slower than this 83 car.
We've debated all week, why are the wheels red on the back of the car? There is a method. Red Bull folks thought that the Red Bull wasn't showing up well enough, so if they used the red wheel to fill out the rest of the bull, there he'd be.
But we have to give credit where credit due. Krista, you found out why, and you have more information on the 83.
Yes, in honor of Memorial Day, a gentleman named Hill Bowie. He's the IT support director for Red Bull Racing. He's been with NASCAR for just over a month, but instead of a rookie yellow stripe, Bowie prefers the red, white, and blue flag. He joined the United States Marine Corps just days after the attacks on 9/11. He served an 8-month tour in Iraq as a sergeant in Marine Wing Communications Squadron at 28. The worst thing he saw when the fuel bladder of a Humvee mortars exploded 150 yards from him. The best thing he said is the feeling he gets on this day, Memorial Day, knowing he did his part for his country. And yes, he's Vietnamese background, but he was born and raised in the USA. Rock Hill, South Carolina native Hill Bowie doing his part for his country and NASCAR.
Well, Krista, tell him that his car, that Red Bull is hoofing it right now.
It's doing its part, getting to the front. He is 0.4 of a second faster than leader Kurt Busch. Kurt's younger brother Kyle is 0.5 seconds faster than the race leader.
And the thing about it, when we think about Kyle Busch, he was one of the cars that pitted on lap 79, basically under our last caution. He has a huge cushion on fuel, but I go up there to Brian Vickers. He pitted on lap 66. So I think the guys that are nail biting right now is Kurt Busch, our leader, and this guy right here, Matt Kenseth in the 17. They're getting close on that fuel window, Dick Berggren.
Yeah, they sure are. And I'm listening to Kenseth's radio, and he is concerned about his brakes. They had a brake problem 2 races ago at Darlington, and you don't use much brake here. But brakes are an issue for Kenseth. Pit stop coming up soon. He's close to running out of gas.
I tell you, Matt seems to have brake problems and tire problems. He thinks he's got a flat tire a lot of times. We've heard brake issues at Darlington, but he made it fine. So I'm not sure about all that.
And you know, Darrell, on this tire fuel situation, unlike you mentioned Darlington, unlike a couple of weeks ago when someone hits pit road for 4 tires and fuel, you want to get there with him. These guys are going to run these things out of fuel or close to it before you come get tires, because tires are not worth a whole lot.
Casey Mears ahead of Carl Edwards. That's the race for 11th place behind Ryan Newman, our pole sitter. And one fellow who really wants a caution right now is Kevin Harvick. Harvick is in great shape at the local bank between the Daytona 500 and last week's Nextel All-Star Challenge. 2 races, $2.5 million. But he's the first car 1 lap down. He would love to see a caution and get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, he's so far off the pace, though, right now. You know, he caught a couple of cautions after he was involved in that wreck. As we're riding with Juan Pablo Montoya, he had went back out 27 laps down, but looks like he's coming back to pit road now after being involved in that crash earlier.
J.J. Yaley under pressure from Jimmy Johnson, and Johnson goes by for 7th. Larry, I think it's a good move by Montoya's team to put him out even for just a lap or 2, because that'll move him way up the board ahead of all those other cars that crashed.
Yeah, he came in here 21st in points. The highest of the Ganassi-Sabatas cars, only 134 points out of the top 12. He needs all the points he can get.
Here comes the 17 guys on pit road.
Matt Kenseth coming to the attention of the green-clad Killer Bees. Dick?
Indeed they are today. The car is a bit loose for Kenseth. He has decided what he wants for the change, and it's wedge in the left rear. There's going to be a 4-tire change, which is a bit of a surprise given how hard these tires are and how well they last. But the crew once again has given Kenseth a fine pit stop.
But the reason they went with 4, they had to have all 19 gallons of fuel put in that car. Those guys can almost change 4 tires as quick as it takes to dump the 19 gallons of fuel in that car.
Plus, you got to put tires on sometime. So, you know, maybe not every time, but you don't want to get caught in a trap. So put them on now, and you can ride a while.
Kenseth goes a lap down, but our leader, Kurt Busch, is due any time. How about the front 4 in this race? A Dodge leads. A Toyota is 2nd, a Chevy is 3rd, and a Ford is 4th. And here comes your leader, Kurt Busch, to pit road. 45-mile-an-hour pit road speed. And it's a long way down to where Matt Yoakum and Kurt's crew awaits.
And not much debate, Mike, on the radio about what to do to this number 2 Dodge. Kurt says no changes, and they are going to go with just a fuel-only approach again. Remember this lap 113, no adjustments on this car. Let's see how much they have to adjust on this Dodge on his next stop.
Now that's 113 laps right there on those tires. I'm going to question that one right there. I think that'll be a good opportunity, Dick Berggren, to put 4 tires on that 2 car, Dick.
And that's just what Ricky Rudd has called for in his automobile, as well as a chassis adjustment. One of the best runs he's had all year for car number 88.
Again, Larry, I'll just follow up by saying these teams told me all week long over here they're a little bit concerned about getting mismatched tires on their car. You get a set on there you like, I guess you just run them until they're gone.
Until today, the Toyota Camrys that are new to NASCAR Nextel Cup this year had led a total of 15 laps. So here's Brian Vickers adding to that number.
Now, Brian should be able to run about 15 to 20 more laps than Matt Kenseth, Ricky Rudd, and Kurt Busch. The other car that's out there that's going to be cutting it close here on fuel shortly should be David Reagan in that 6 car, who's actually in the 3rd position right now.
So the fuel load burns down as much of the track is still in sunlight in the Coca-Cola 600.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by AT&T, the leader in wireless. By Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. By DirecTV, just say ride shotgun on race day with NASCAR Hot Pass only on DirecTV. And by Toyota, moving forward.
Brian Vickers has been out front for the last 9 laps here at Lowe's Motor Speedway in his Toyota. If you want to know why Allison is the most engraved name in Lowe's Motor Speedway's victory lane, or any other question, Tom Jensen is our answer man, and throughout the race, log on to foxsports.com on MSN. Go to keyword answer. Kyle Busch 4 seconds back. Dale Jr. 10 seconds off the lead. Jimmy Johnson 12 seconds behind. And Tony Stewart 16 back of Brian Vickers.
But the thing about Brian Vickers in this 83 car, again, he's going to have to be to pit road here probably about 10 to 15 laps. Even with the tires and fuel load he has, he's 3 to 4, even a half a second faster than everyone else behind him in this 83 car.
Remember a little bit ago,
A few more laps will come in on 125.
right after the race started, I said write it down, 32 flat. That was the lap times. See where we are now?
31:50.
We're right at a 31.5, and it's coming down every about 30 minutes.
And Mike, I think we're just about complete with phase 1. We're not near darkness, but the sun is just about dropped behind the grandstands, and we're real close to the entire racetrack being in shade. So phase 1 almost complete here.
Basically, we run this race.
Next time, pit road, bud.
4 quarters. You know, last week it was 20 laps. We called it 4 quarters. This week, it's 100 laps, 4 quarters.
Windshield's fine. Windshield's fine. Just give me a fast pit sign.
That's Doug Richard, his crew chief, Brian Vickers' crew chief. Asked him about his windshield and what they're going to do on the pit stop. And he said, make it a fast one.
So Vickers will nearly equal Toyota's laps led of the entire season when he comes in to make his pit stop.
And he's the only Toyota driver and team to have a top 10 finish this year for Toyota. Finished 10th back at Fontana, the 2nd race of the year. But when he hits pit road, that will complete the cycle of everyone that stayed out under that last caution. The rest of these cars, like Kyle Busch, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jimmy Johnson, Stewart, should be able to go another 10 to 15 laps.
Hey guys, pit road
Well, he
here.
picked a bad time to pit. He got a car right in front of him, which is going to mess him up just a little bit.
Martin Truex Jr., the one.
2 tires, Brian, 2.
It's Doug Richard, his crew chief. Doug Richard, who was Dale Earnhardt's crew chief when Dale won his first championship back in 1980.
So I was going to say they really messed up if they pitted together in the same pit stall or near the same stall. But Krista.
This is a huge run for the 83 for confidence, for exposure. They received a pep talk from crew chief Doug Richard before this stop. Brian saying his car is tight in the center, better in the shade. The call was just for a 2-tire stop. He was worried he smoked the left front. Doug Richard said, you're fine.
Vickers and Truex complete their pit stops.
Comes Junebug.
And here comes Earnhardt, the 3rd place car. Steve?
Mike, on the last stop, Dale Earnhardt Jr. took just 2 tires. On this stop, he's going to take 4. He told Tony Gibson and his crew, I really like my race car right here. So 4 tires for Dale Earnhardt Jr. He gets a tear off from the windshield. No adjustments to the Chevrolet, just 4 tires and gas for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Brian Newman is in, and so is Kevin Harvick and Jeff Burton. Newman pitted all the way down in pit stall number 1. He gets first pick of pits after winning the pole.
Now, these are all scheduled stops. It's a little early for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Ryan Newman. You see Newman in the 12. He's going to get 4 tires. Here comes Casey Kane in the 9 for his scheduled green flag stop.
I think, Larry, a lot of that is just from the driver. If the driver's at some point in a run and get near the end of a run, he doesn't like his car and the car feels like it's falling off a little bit, he calls in and says, I got to come now.
See, the 9 car is going to get 4 tires as well.
And that will hand the lead to Kyle Busch, who last Saturday night dove it into turn 1. His older brother Kurt wouldn't give him a lot of room. Kyle took what he needed, and they both ended up in the fence.
Yeah, he dove it in under him, and Kyle caught him, or Kurt caught him. And guess who the lead is handed to now?
Jimmy Johnson,
who basically back on lap 66 was on the front stretch with the left rear cap off the tire, Krista.
Well, no aggression from this driver right now. He said, quote, he's chilling and cruising in his race car. Minor changes. They need to free it up just a little. They're going to do so with air pressure. Also a 4-tire stop. That's for Kyle Busch.
Another of the 20-something drivers in this field, Jamie McMurray, on pit road with his Irwin Ford. And here comes Johnson, giving up the lead to make his stop.
Turn your blowers off.
This may make Tony Stewart the leader.
What Chad Knaus told Jimmy Johnson, cut your blowers off, that's cooling those front tires. That way it's not blowing the brake dust on these wheels into the tire changer's face.
Don't want to get burned with a caution right now, I can tell you that.
Krista?
Jimmy saying his car was getting very tight. They're going to do a track bar adjustment. It's a major adjustment. 3 rounds on the track bar, also 4 tires for Jimmy Johnson. He has moved his way all the way from that tire mishap early to be running up in the top 5, currently 7.
There you see Tony Stewart in the 20 car hitting pit road. There you go. Phase 1 complete. Major adjustments on that 48 car.
Steve.
Mike, they've made a remarkable recovery since being caught up on that lap 52 wreck. Right side tires for Tony Stewart. It will be a 4-tire stop. Don't see any other adjustments to this Home Depot Chevrolet of Joe Gibbs Racing. They do clean the grill for Tony Stewart.
J.J. Yaley has taken the lead, and just as quickly as he does, he drops his Interstate Chevy onto pit road. Dick?
Yaley had last pitted on lap 78, so this is a regularly scheduled pit stop. Mike, he could not have gone any further. He has done a nice job tonight. All 4 fenders are clean. Yaley knows he has got to take care of his equipment tonight more than any other all year long. And so far, so good. Matt.
Denny Hamlin at the start of the last run said his car was just way loose, and then it progressively went to the tight side. Now they're going to reverse the change they made on their last stop. They're going up on the track bar to try to free this race car up, because now we are in so much shade as the track temperature begins to cool more and more.
David Stremme has stopped. Casey Mears, Kyle Petty, and Kenny Wallace. Carl Edwards and Johnny Sauter are in as well. Here's Edwards.
Guess who's leading this race? Bill Elliott, driving for the Wood Brothers in the 21 car. He made his first start in this Coca-Cola 600 before 18 drivers that he's racing against were even born.
Elliott has run in 28 Coke 600s. He's never won it. Best finish of second twice, because he has the availability of the Champions Provisional. The Wood Brothers tapped him to try to get them back into the top 35 in owner points so they can receive a qualifying exemption, and then Kenny Schrader and John Wood will resume, swapping that ride back and forth. So Elliott's on pit road as Dale Jr. moves past David Reagan. Matt.
And Elliott is in, trying to become the 17th different winner for the Wood Brothers. A little struggle getting the can in by Mike Andretti. A lot of brake dust. Small air pressure change for the 21. He's away.
Well, all I know, boys, our leader is back, Brian Vickers, in that 83 car, and he is still picking them up and laying them down. His last lap, 31:24. The second place car, Kurt Busch, 5 seconds behind him, a half a second slower than this Red Bull Toyota.
Brian Vickers, who won last fall at Talladega, is out in front of the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. 5th caution of the day is out in the middle of the back straightaway as that piece of debris. And we are under caution for the 5th time with 13 cars on the lead lap, and Jeremy Mayfield will get the free pass and be the 14th because this kid is setting a frantic pace.
Yeah, Brian Vickers in that 83, our leader, he did not want to see that caution, but real quickly, who really wanted to see that caution because it puts him back on sync with everyone else? Mark Martin, because about 40 laps ago, he had a tire problem under green. He was about 10 to 15 laps away from another green flag stop. This puts him back in sync with everyone else as far as a fuel window.
Now, some of these cars were just on pit road. Will they stop now?
I guarantee you
maybe to top off,
there
but no
you go.
tires.
The ones that do, you don't want to get in the same box as Kurt Busch, Matt Kenseth, that group. The ones that do hit pit road, I bet you it will be fuel only.
Pit road should be open this time around as the track truck goes out to pick up the debris in the backstretch. Only lead lap cars can pit under the first lap that pit road is open, and here comes our leader and more. Dick Bergman.
Well, Matt Kenseth is going to take 4 tires on this stop. He said that the car is just behaving so erratically. He wants the crew to look carefully at the tires that come off it. Matt.
Kurt Busch just slid barely to a stop, but that's all right because they're going to make a tire change this time. Also a slight adjustment because they know they need to keep up with this racetrack, need to free up this race car. Krista?
A tire change also for the leader, Brian Vickers, just left sides. A left side only change and a little bit of air pressure for Brian Vickers. Steve.
Krista, Dale Earnhardt Jr. already on pit road. He said he loves this set of tires. He said that they're really hauling the mail. Gas only for the 8.
I was going to say Dale Earnhardt Jr. He wasn't there long. He just topped that thing off and away he went.
Neither was J.J. Yaley. He picked up 7 spots on this stop, and Casey Mears picked up 6.
Left side's on the 83. That was so they could adjust an air pressure. That's why they changed those tires.
Here's what you can't have. We keep talking about this, mistakes on pit road no matter what you do. Casey Mears, who's been up there in the top 10 or 12, too fast exiting. He's going to have to go to the tail end of the longest line on this restart. That's mistakes you just can't have.
So we gained 6. He's going to lose about 8. Back of the line and then the longest line. Chris and Jeff.
Mike, we've had 9 leaders, 9 different lead changes. Kurt Busch has led over 100 laps, more laps tonight than the previous 13 races, but Vickers currently your leader. A third of the field wiped out here. A.J. Allmendinger on lap 53 had cut into the tire, and Jimmy Johnson watched closely as Johnson's trying to signal that he has problems with the tread coming off on the tire, and it causes this wreck. 15 other cars involved, including Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Tony Stewart. They've worked their way back up to the front. And on lap 62, running 5th at the time, Jeff Gordon fly into the wall, hit high into the air. Later said that he was okay. The hit not as hard as it looked. He was able to walk away, caused by Tony Raines. Your points leader had a 286-point lead at the time, has failed to finish now his 5th straight Coca-Cola 600 with Jeff Hammond. Chris Myers, glad you're spending your Memorial Day weekend with us. Let's talk first about the Busch brothers running 2nd and 3rd in the All-Star race. Right, Kyle flaked on Kurt. They getting along okay here?
Well, I think they finally kind of like cleared the air and everything this past week. They understand they've got to race close together. We're going to see these guys, race a lot more in the near future, so they needed to kind of bury the hatchet, and I think they've got that taken care of. And right now, Kurt Busch definitely has a fast race car, as well as his brother.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. now sliding up to 3 with a new crew chief, Tony Gibson, in for Tony Eury Jr. in the suspension.
Well, so far it looks like all the changes they made since the last practice on Saturday afternoon have paid off. He's happy with his race car, and as long as you keep Junior happy, guess what? It all pays off in the end. And I think right now Tony Gibson is doing a great job of keeping this number 8 car up to the front. He's 3rd.
And what about Mr. Lowe's Jimmy Johnson? He's won 3 of the last 4 here, up in the top 10.
Yeah, he's up there. He's doing exactly what he always does. Him and Chad Knaus just keep it close right now. They're going to make big changes as the track starts to cool down, which it is starting to do. And as long as he can keep doing that and stay on top of these changes, that 48 car, I guarantee he will be up front before the end of the night.
And
closer yet.
And within about 50 minutes, the sun should set. And let's ask Darrell Waltrip, with the crashes we saw early in this race being the longest race of the year, Darrell, do drivers drive differently? Is that why we're seeing guys like Yaley and Reagan up near the front as well?
Oh, I don't know if they drive any differently. I think a lot of the guys that have run this race a number of times know that you got to hold back a little bit. Some of the other guys like Yaley, who hadn't been in this race that many times, they're going to go up there and run just as hard as they can. Young guys do that. Old guys kind of sit back and watch them.
144 laps. Here's our Napa race summary. Brian Vickers has led more laps in this race than Toyota had previously led all season. A 16-car pileup at lap 53, and then a 5-car crash 8 laps later have left us with 8 cars in the garage area. Jarrett, Jeff Gordon, Allmendinger, Marlin, Sadler, Gilliland, Green, and Biffle out of the race.
Probably ought to put that a different way, not young guys, old guys, kind of like guys that are don't have the experience here that some of the other veteran drivers have had here through the years.
Brian Vickers the leader. Kyle Busch, here's Dale Jr. J.J. Yaley having a great drive tonight in 4th. His teammate Tony Stewart 5th. Kurt Busch in 6th. Rookie David Reagan 7th. Mark Martin, the KG veteran, 8th. Jimmy Johnson 9th. Matt Kenseth rounds out your top 10. For all the servicemen past and present, our thanks. And a big NASCAR on Fox, crank it up. Coming off turn 4, 2 of NASCAR's young guns, Kyle Busch and Brian Vickers.
Right there on the right, the top right, that's a battle from about 9th to about 20th, I think is what that is.
They just spread out. You know, one goes in, pushes up, one goes in, turns down. Then they get 3 wide again going into turn 3.
Boy, Vickers is so good on the high side, Darrell. Kyle Busch has caught him. Hasn't yet been able to do anything with him.
Well, Kyle Busch has got a fast race car. We know that. If he can just keep his cool.
But the problem right now, Vickers goes to the high side. Kyle Busch in the 5 goes to the bottom. When they come off the corner, they come back together with Vickers back in the lead.
Because their lap times, Larry, differ by only 2/100ths of a second.
I mean, they've been doing this now for 3 or 4 laps, and the results are the same on the exit of the corner.
You know, we talked to Kyle, and I gave him my speech about don't beat yourself, and looks like tonight he's heeding that.
Look at these 2 kids fighting for the lead. If you add up their ages, you get Kyle Petty's car number. 45 is the combined age of Vickers and Busch. Vickers is older by a year.
Now, while these guys are battling just out in front of this group right here going for the lead, Denny Hamlin in the 11 car, he stayed out on that last stop, but what he did, he restarted the race on the tail end of the lead lap because he went a lap down through those cycle of green flag stops. And there you see his teammates on the right, Tony Stewart and J.J. Yeley in the 18, as well as David Reagan. Right now, that's a battle for 4th.
And he's breaking about even lap times-wise with those guys, 30-80s. So if he can hold on with the racing going on behind him, he might get a caution.
Kyle Busch just keeps chipping away. I believe here in another half a lap or so that he's going to get that right front fender to that left rear quarter panel, and Vickers will be forced to let him take the lead.
Something's going on with Dale Jr. He's slowing down going into turn 1.
Flat tire, Darrell. Steve?
Yeah, Mike, just a corner ago, Dale Earnhardt Jr. said flat tire, and just that quick, this crew is up on the wall. They're going to come in and change 4 tires.
So that'll take Earnhardt off the lead lap, having to pit under green. You're watching on the right from Junior's car, and he's not pitting this time.
What he's hoping is that he'll get a caution here in the next lap or 2, but what he better hope is that tire does not go down and start coming apart.
I think the other thing that a driver, sometimes you're just not sure. You pick up a little debris on your tire, you scream you got a flat tire, and then all of a sudden you say, wait a minute, let me think about it.
I think he's thought about it, Darrell. He didn't accelerate off turn 2, just held the bottom. See if he pits this time.
He's coming this time. Yeah, he'll hit pit road.
The other thing you try to do is don't come before you can almost tell them which tire it is. Is it the right rear? Is it the left rear?
And that's the reason we just heard Tony Gibson say, without guessing, let's go and get 4 tires. That way, Steve, we know we get the problem.
Yeah, Larry Mack, to this point, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has not indicated which tire it is. The left side tires look fully inflated on the number 8 Chevrolet. They are going to change all 4, as you said, just to be careful.
Well, the thing about it, if you change 2 under green, you're going to go a lap down. If you change 4, you're going to go a lap down. If you have to come back to pit road, you're going to be more than a lap down.
If they were, that right rear may have been soft, but it was just barely soft. Those tires look pretty good.
So Junior will be one of 15 cars 1 lap down.
Well, while he made his pit stop, I think Vickers has wore that 5 car down, because now he's pulling away from Kyle Busch in that 5.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Coke Zero and My Coke Rewards. Collect points and earn NASCAR rewards straight from pit road.
Saturday Baseball returns. Coverage begins at 3:30 Eastern, 12:30 Pacific for your game of the week.
1 step ahead on the diamond, 1 second ahead at Lowe's Motor Speedway. That's Brian Vickers' lead over Kyle Busch, Kyle's older brother Kurt, Tony Stewart, and rookie David Reagan. Now Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s crew confirmed that the left rear tire had a cut in it, so Junior is the last of, or he's the 12th of 14 cars 1 lap down. If you're looking for Jeff Gordon, a hard crash earlier took the Nextel Cup point leader out of the race, but he will still lead here, number 1 in the standings.
That's the beauty of the chase. You know, it's doesn't really matter how big a point lead you get. As long as you're in the top 12 when you get to Richmond, slate's pretty much white clean. You start all over for 10 races.
But certainly those bonus points, those 10 bonus points per win. Like Jeff Gordon has 3. Jimmy Johnson actually has 40 bonus points. Kenseth has 1 from his win at Fontana. Certainly you want those bonus points.
We're into phase 2 of this race. As you see down the backstretch, the entire track is in shade. The sunlight no longer beats down on this racetrack, but still, driver comfort is a key to racing 500 miles. Let's get on to Jeff Hammond and friends for this week's State Farm Safety Report.
Well, today's safety report's a little bit different. We're always talking about protecting the driver or protecting the crew. Well, now we're going to talk about protecting this engine for 600 miles. And the way you start with that, with some fresh oil that can handle 600 miles, the longest race of the season. Imagine, this is what it looks like when it's brand new going inside that engine. Well, this is what it'll look like when it's done. Black as the coal. I mean, it's just jet black. It is wore out. It's done all it can to protect that engine. You got the right kind of filtration, the right kind of cooling if you want to safely get your driver to victory lane. And also, I brought my protection with me. Airborne. That's right. Go Airborne.
Thanks, Jeff.
The next transition we're going to go through now that the track and the sun has gone down is when the lights start to come up. Then you go from daylight to dark. And that's a real transition for the driver visually. It changes your perspective dramatically.
And that's what I have to believe Doug Richard, crew chief for Brian Vickers right now. Of course, he's been around this sport for almost 30 years. That's what he's trying to anticipate. My car is as good as I could ask it to be right now, but what do I need to do on those final pit stops we're going to be when the track has all that grip and the speeds are going to be up?
Kyle Busch's Hendrick Chevy in second. Kurt Busch's Penske Dodge in third. Last Saturday night here at Lowe's Motor Speedway, the no points Nextel All-Star Challenge. Here's what happened.
there just was not a lot of give and take right there on anybody's part.
And you know, it's kind of like Kyle said, we got a caution here for debris, guys. But Kyle said it was my brother. I thought he would have cut me some slack. So there was some expectations there that didn't get met.
And Kurt told us Monday, until the car was into him, he didn't realize who it was. Caution for debris in turn number 2, and this will be a big break for Ryan Newman. Newman, the pole sitter.
11 car too.
Yeah, yeah, because the 11 car stayed out in front of Brian Vickers, so he got the lap back naturally. Newman was the beneficiary of the free pass, the first car lap down.
And Vickers was clipping away at the back of that 11. He's about ready to put him back a lap down.
Let's find out what will happen on pit stops. First, Dick Berggren.
Well, Matt Kenseth is going to be pitting out of position number 11. He is really unhappy with his race car. Said that the left rear is hooked up, the right rear is just sliding. Steve.
Well, Dick, we've been talking about the transition of the racetrack. Tony Stewart just told his crew, car's getting tighter than it has been. Matt.
Kurt Busch went 142 laps on his set of tires, and they looked almost brand new. Great wear. Busch now says, though, his car, which went out on stickers, is extremely loose, looking for a possible 2-tire change on this stop. Krista?
Brian Vickers saying his car is getting just a little bit tight in the center of the turns and just recently on the exit.
Well, here the boys come. I'm sure some of them 4 tires, some 2 tires. Wouldn't be surprised just to see some more just fuel only.
And that's what we'll hear all night about these cars, tightening up on exit.
All 4 of your leaders on screen. And looks like tire changes all up and down pit road, at least right sides.
2 car, no tires, but a chassis adjustment.
And remember, the 2 car got 4 tires the last time.
Nevertheless, Brian Vickers beats him at the end of pit road.
I tell you what, I just think for the first time Brian Vickers' pit crew is showing up simply because of the way they're running. Those crews, I mean, they have been on the mark all year long when he's been in the race.
Well, I've talked to Jeff, you know, he does the pit school thing over there, and he said that there's no teams that work harder than these guys right here.
It's a full-time pit crew. That's all they do all week long is practice pit stops, and it's paying off tonight.
So, Marky, what's your favorite racetrack?
Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Pick it up, kid. Pick it up. I'm picking it up on the wheel. No, you're not. No, you're not. Look out. I got you.
So, Chad, what's your favorite couch?
Luke, I am your father.
What's wrong with you, man?
Come on, get him. Come on, Daryl, get him. Up.
Nope. Okay.
Knock everything off.
172 laps complete at Lowe's Motor Speedway, just past 250 of 600 miles. Brian Vickers will lead them down to the green flag. Trouble for Ryan Newman. A lot of smoke out of his car on this caution flag. You see him chugging along the apron.
If you notice, this is what's going to be the big difference. We've been talking about it since the pre-race show. It's how much that track has cooled down. The track's gaining grip. The cars are getting tighter. Front ends are not wanting to turn as good.
Lead lap cars on the outside. David Stremme leading the inside line, trying to get back on the lead lap. Stremme's number 40 is 16th.
And you know, it's a little bit of a tuner's nightmare on the engine too. When you're in the hot afternoon thin air, now you're into the evening with some pretty heavy air. It can mess up your mixture in your engine, in your carburetor. Could have been what happened to Ryan Newman, because that looked like a burnt piston to me.
Vickers the leader. Here comes Busch on the inside, and Stremme. Oh, Stremme.
Hang on to her, buddy.
But there comes Dale Earnhardt Jr. Remember, back on lap 153, he had the left rear tire that was punctured. He's trying to get up there and either be the first car lap down or get his lap back naturally to get back on the lead lap.
Lead change, and Kurt Busch goes back out front for Team Penske. Here comes Junior, who is now the first car 1 lap down.
But I'll be anxious to watch that 83 car, because we know the 2 car took no tires. The 83 took 2 right sides. Sometimes it takes a few laps for those new tires to catch up with the older left side tires.
I just think there's such a discrepancy, seems to me, in tires from set to set. If you got a good set, just stay with them. Looks like the hot tip to me.
Show you the last pit stop for Brian Vickers under that caution. 2 tires, roll that wheel away. Whoops. Up and over, and away you go.
Ready to go. And there was a question in my ear, does the jack not have to be back across the center line of the pit road? Is that leaving the pit box before equipment's back? The jack does not. The tires do, but the jack does not.
Tony Stewart closing on Kyle Busch. This battle is for 4th place. Lowe's Motor Speedway in shade and problems for Stremme.
Might be that wiggle we saw off at turn 2 over there. Might be his problem.
He was trying to be the first car.
Definitely got a loose wheel, sounds like.
Had a vibration evidently right after that last pit stop.
6 cars in the garage. At one point there were more than a dozen from 2 big crashes. Jeff Gordon is done for the night. So is Dale Jarrett, Elliott Sadler, Jeff Green, and Greg Biffle. And now Ryan Newman has retired his Alltel Dodge that started on the pole tonight. Dick Berggren.
Well, with Ryan Newman, and that was just what I was going to ask. Are you giving up? You've got mechanics working on this engine.
Yeah, it hasn't officially blown up. It's trying to see if we can save it, log some laps. I know there's a bunch of cars that crashed in the beginning. I don't know if they're going to get back out, but the Alltel Dodge was running good. We had a good start to the race and got off there with a bad set of tires, chunked the right rear out that last run there, even though we got the lucky dog. And unfortunate for the Alltel Dodge, but we'll just keep working on it.
And there are no mosquitoes on pit road thanks to Ryan Newman. He smoked them all out.
Well, Dick, right now, I think Ryan Newman's teammate, Kurt Busch, in the 2, he's not as fast as Brian Vickers in 83. Vickers is going to take the lead. This needed to happen because if they kept going at each other, that Lowe's car back there was going to be right on their rear bumper. Jimmy Johnson back in 3rd.
I don't think them going at it's going to change that, Larry. He's coming.
Nice job, man. Nice job. New leader.
Matt?
Busch not giving up, going back on the bottom side. Remember, they called off taking the 2-tire change, which would have helped tighten this race car up. Instead, they made a significant chassis adjustment. Just also seeing what small and large adjustments can do as we get in more and more into the nighttime racing.
Well, his car has walked up the track a couple of times the last couple of laps. That's how come Vickers was able to get the lead. But I don't think the car is quite as good as it was before that chassis adjustment.
Tony Stewart in the 20 takes over 4th from Kyle Busch. Boy, you can tell Dick Berggren is from the seacoast of Massachusetts, because where else do they worry about mosquitoes in May?
But I tell you, we've been talking about this track cooling down, Mike. When I look at our top 4 cars, 3 of them just ran the fastest lap of this race just 3 or 4 laps ago. Vickers, Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart, and then throw David Reagan in there as well back about 6 laps ago, his fastest lap.
We come from 32 flat at the beginning, and now we're at 30.7, and before the night's over with, probably high 29s.
Business just keep picking up.
Brian Vickers has been out front of this race for 56 laps. Here comes Carl Edwards after his teammate David Reagan. Steve?
David Reagan doing a good job, Mike Joy, just 21, 22 years old. He finished 5th at the season opening Daytona 500, and since then, his best finish is 15th. Just talked to the crew. He said he's just a little loose, and they made a small air pressure adjustment to the right rear tire on the last stop.
Brian Vickers is about to have company for the lead. Comes from the fellow who believes he has the keys to this place. Jimmy Johnson's last 8 races at Lowe's Motor Speedway. First, third, first, second. Now he wants the lead.
I think his average finish here, Mike, is something like 2.2.
It's phenomenal.
But his car is just so good on the bottom, especially, boom, right there when he goes to pick that throttle up, he just pulls away from Vickers by about a car length.
2 car just got out of control and hit the wall. Turn 2 over there, guys.
Caution will fly.
It looked like, I don't know if it stepped out or something happened to it, but the back end just hopped around. And I'm telling you, that car was not near as good as it had been before the changes they made here on this last stop.
Boy, Darrell, that was a great save.
I don't know what happened, guys. I got the track cooled down, and we went to crap, man. Feel.
Watch this thing. He's in. Little loose, and around as she goes.
Well, You put a dent in one beer can and the other gets the free pass. Dale Jr.
But you heard what he told his crew chief, Troy Raker. I don't know what's happened. This track has just cooled down, and we have lost it. Remember what we talked about, keeping up with an ever-changing track. Actually caught that wall pretty good with that right rear.
He really did, but Larry, I watched them. They screwed down. They took wedge out of that car, and they freed it up too much.
Kurt's wife, Eva. Oh, don't worry. We're not even halfway yet. Plenty of time to make that up.
But I just think of so many races where Kurt has had such a great car. There's his crew chief, Troy Raker.
We're going to put the track bar back up one round.
There you go.
Last week in the All-Star race looked like they just had got it dialed in. And go back to the Daytona 500. I mean, he absolutely had the car to beat.
You're going to need some bear bond over there. Somebody can take it with.
Well, wasn't it ironic that the car that he crashed with battling up front in the Daytona 500 was the one right behind him right there, Tony Stewart?
That car is not hurt. That car is going to be fine. They banged that quarter panel back down. Spoiler's still standing up there where it belongs. He's going to be all right.
We are 15 laps from halfway. Pit stops again. Dick?
And Carl Edwards likes his track position, so they have no tires on the wall, Mike. This is going to be a fuel-only stop. These cars tonight all seem to want to run up front, so there goes Steve.
Tony Stewart said I could stand to be freed up just a little bit more. Right side tires only for Tony for track position. Krista.
Jimmy Johnson says his car is still turning better on throttle, but not hooked on the center. It's fuel only for the 48. Matt.
Now, due to a spin, Kurt Busch is going to get 4 fresh tires. Meanwhile, Mark Martin, no tires, just a significant chassis adjustment. Again, they're going to take a look at the rear corner of the Blue Deuce just to see how much damage they have and how much they're going to need to fix it. They are talking to him on the radio. The crew members going back and forth. You can see they've got a wrench in their hand. Going to fix this Blue Deuce up, get him back out there.
Matt Kenseth among those that took gas only and moved up the ladder as we're under caution for the 7th time.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Goodyear, innovative technology to help you get there. By Vitamin Water, it works for Casey Kane. By Burger King, who reminds you to have it your way. And by Chevy, the most wins in NASCAR history, an American revolution.
12 laps to halfway in the Coca-Cola 600. Aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR, helping NASCAR drivers get to the finish line for the past 25 years. Goodyear, get there. Some of you may sigh and some of you may cheer, but next week is the final 2007 race on Fox. Will be at Dover International Speedway for the Autism Speaks 400, presented by Visa. You'll see it next Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
With the new car.
That's right. So on the Monster Mile.
Wings. We'll have wings next week.
So they'll really be flying around.
And they will fly around Dover. And everybody will go, ooh, ah.
Collectively.
Yes.
Getting set for the restart from our DLP Ultimate Picture Cam, suspended above the front straightaway at Lowe's Motor Speedway. We're back under green with 15 cars on the lead lap. Dale Earnhardt Jr. got the free pass, so he is the last of those.
I don't believe we've heard from this guy we're riding with here right now. Matt Kenseth is 17. The guys in the pits reported earlier he was complaining about brake problems. He got a little behind, pitted early on a green flag stop. He's worked his way right back in the top 5 up there in 3rd.
What time is it?
Not quite time,
dusk.
But we're getting there.
It's not 9 o'clock yet, is it?
No. You going to call Mark?
I'm going to call Mark at 9. He's kind of lingering there in 7th spot right now.
Watching Bill Elliott behind the wheel of the Wood Brothers Ford for the very first time. He has led this race and currently runs 17th. 3rd place, Carl Edwards moves past his Jack Roush teammate Matt Kenseth.
A lot of people thought that Carl Edwards could be the man tonight.
And, you know, I think that's another team that learned so much last week in the Open. They had the car to beat just driving away, but at the end of the long run, the car got way too tight. They got beat. I definitely think they put that information to use.
I agree.
Dick?
Bobby Hudson is Carl Edwards' regular spotter, but quite a while back, Bobby Hudson had a massive heart attack. He came back to spot last weekend, and when he did, he told me that the doctors had given him just a 10% chance to live. But tonight, Bobby Hudson, high above the grandstand, telling Carl Edwards when he's clear high, clear low, and both Carl and his spotter are thrilled about that.
Yeah, Bobby paid a visit to us right before the race here at the booth.
Let me tell you who's got it all the way on.
You were like me. I bounced up in the air the same time you did, Mike.
We're riding with Kyle Petty. We're going to show you what Tony Stewart did. Watch Big Orange right in the middle here, 3 wide.
He's coming 3 wide right here and makes it. He does the same thing down here off turn 2.
Boy, it's Bobby Labonte, the 43, bouncing off Kyle's car.
This ought to be exciting right here.
Watch this.
There's an opening.
Go for it, man.
Get it while you can.
Then he did the same thing coming off turn number 2.
And poor Reed sorts it into 41. There was no more real estate up there to the top side of his car.
So Big Orange is up to 6th. At 2nd place, cousin Carl is coming. And he's coming after Brian Vickers.
Yeah, Vickers is pretty much committed to the high side. The 99 is pretty much committed to the low side.
You know if anybody gets close, call.
Looks like Vickers is saying, okay, you're faster down there. Let me try it, because he's been running pretty high.
But Darrell, one thing I think we might be seeing a product of right now is I don't think maybe Brian Vickers, his car as good as it was maybe about an hour ago. And I think that 99, Bob Osborne, Carl Edwards, it's starting to come to life now.
Well, if you look at lap times, Larry, you got a 30-80 leading, a 30-78 running second, and a 30-90 running third. So they're real close to time.
Now, you're just 5 laps from halfway. Do you want to push the issue now?
Well, you know, by now you kind of know what you got, you know, and it's time to get serious, or a little more serious.
And I think that's what that guy right there in that Kellogg's car is doing. The 5-car, Kyle Busch, he just goes by Matt Kenseth for the 4th position. There comes Tony Stewart. Talk about lap times. Tony 1 lap ago just ran the fastest lap that he's run. He's going to go by Matt Kenseth in the 17.
I think they woke Tony up, that's for sure.
Well, Zippy told me that this morning. He said, we'll be junk in the sunlight. He said, just wait.
Yeah, well, we saw that over here in the All-Star race. He was really, really struggling early in that race, but by the end of the night, he was a factor.
And they brought a car here. This is a different car than he finished 5th with in the All-Star Challenge. This is the car they built new the end of last year that he won 3 of the 10 chase races with.
Baby's getting right, too. Things are flopping around, blowing off of it. That's when that thing's getting racy.
You know, Darrell, you talked about Jeff Gordon, his last 4 races here at Lowe's before he crashed out. Tony Stewart, he's finished 13th or worse in his last 4 Lowe's starts.
Denny Hamlin running in 8th, just ahead of Casey Mears. Here's Matt.
He's been running that high line for a while, Mike, but he had a real close call moments ago. He came on the radio and told Mike Forsythe, I just got so loose in, and I wasn't trying to run it in so deep like that, but I had just extremely loose on entry and even worse on exit.
Let's show you what he meant.
He dives in there on the top, and you can just see, man, he didn't hit it, but he scraped it. And what you'll see him do now is he'll move around a little bit. I noticed he went to the bottom there for a little bit, trying to find a place where the car's a little more comfortable.
He's going to lose a spot to Casey Mears in that 25 car. That was a battle for 8th. I think Casey Mears learned a lot last night. Had a great run, finished 2nd in that Busch race. There he gives a wave to Denny Hamlin. Thank you for not pushing the envelope.
Halfway.
I'm faster than you right now.
Be patient. We're on.
Halfway, and the driver right ahead of Mears, the driver he trailed to the finish line last night, Casey Kane.
Halfway, 300 miles. Whoa. What was that all about?
Was that Hamlin getting a little loose or getting a little help?
No, I think Hamlin's just having he's got his hands full right now, Matt.
And that's where his spotter let the cooler heads prevail. He says, look, he's running all over you. Just let him go. We'll get our car fixed a little later on. Just hunker down and be patient. And that was the big thing that Mike Ford was trying to stress to him all weekend. It's going to be a long race. Just hang in there.
I tell you what, right behind Denny Hamlin, that 36 car, another one of those Toyotas, Jeremy Mayfield, he's up in the top 10. And by the way, it's Jeremy's birthday today, 38 years old. Great run here on his birthday.
Fastest car on the track right now is Brian Vickers, running in second place, 1 second behind Jimmy Johnson. It's Chevy, Toyota, and Ford in the first 3 positions. 202 laps into the Coca-Cola 600. Thirteen lead changes among 9 drivers. Brian Vickers has pushed his Camry back into the lead over Jimmy Johnson by a full second now as we cross the 300-mile mark in the Coca-Cola 600. And we move toward dusk, still in phase 2 of this race, where it's no longer sunny but not yet dark. Let's show you the pass for the lead.
Going off into turn 3. Now Vickers in the 83, who's been working the high side, he goes right to the white line, and he'll just take the lead back away from Jimmy Johnson in that 48. And now in just a few laps, he's pulled away to a second-half lead over that 48 car.
See, that's where Jimmy Johnson knew that he was faster than he was. He let him go. He didn't put up any fight right now. No use. Let him go.
Last year they were teammates. This year Vickers moved on from Hendrick Motorsports to the new Toyota Red Bull team.
Cooled off quite a bit here in the last 5 minutes or so.
We're getting close to phase 3. Won't be long here, about 35-40 minutes.
Now, what Brian Vickers has to do, and Doug Rickard, his crew chief, is let's don't get carried away here. We got a fast race car. Let's don't just sit here and pound this thing to death. Save me a little something.
We got several pit stops to go to.
I know it's a big thrill for these guys with the way Toyota, the things that have been going on with Toyota, but it's not, you know, putting on a good show, get it to the end.
How about Jimmy Johnson, 1.3 seconds off the lead, but right there in contention. Chris?
Yeah, it out moments ago how he was the guy who calls himself Mr. Lowe's, and no matter where we are in the race is a threat. Let's recap his day. Remember the caution coming out on the tire, which caused a major wreck, 15 other cars involved, but of course Jimmy Johnson, who started 21st, was ahead of that.
Yeah, they started making adjustments, trying to do tune on this car. But look here, track bar adjustment. They've made 2 major track bar adjustments to this 48 car. Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson making moves early on.
Lap 184 taking the lead from Brian Vickers, you saw moments ago as we're on lap 212. Vickers taking the lead back, but as we saw the shot of dust, Jeff Hammond moments ago, and as the adjustments continue, you stress the relationship, crew chief, driver, and this combination, especially at this track, they've dominated.
They've dominated. Every time the racetrack gets a little cooler, you've got to be on top of those changes. You've got to be ahead of that curve. And this driver and this crew chief and Larry McReynolds and Darrell Walter have talked about it. They are in tune with one another like nobody else here. They understand this racetrack. They know when to make the right adjustments. And as these temperatures come down and the speeds go up, they're the guys you got to watch. And right now, even though he's running second, I think they're in the right place at the right time.
Johnson now 1.5 seconds off the lead, but he has a 2.5 second advantage on the 3rd place car, Carl Edwards. There's Mark Martin moving up in front of J.J. Yaley. That's 12th place. And Kyle Busch getting past Tony Stewart for 4th.
And he did too. I mean, he squeezed between Tony and the wall to get past him. That was close, man. Look at that. I think he ripped the bumper off of Tony's car.
Want to see it again? Sure.
This is like, I hope you're giving me a little, I hope. And he made it.
He probably even caught Tony and Tony's spotter off guard. He came up in there so fast.
Oh, that's where a spotter is just absolutely invaluable. He's got to tell you that man is there.
Looking, he's there.
He's there.
Here's Steve.
Hey, Mike, just listening to Tony Stewart, his issue right now wasn't so much Kyle Busch. He's concerned that the car's getting tight again. He says, when I get back to the gas, meaning the gas pedal, I get a little tight.
And of course, that's a big product of this track really cooling down, gaining the grip we've been talking about. And normally what happens is the rear gets the grip, but you start losing grip with the front tires.
And the other thing is this tire is so sensitive that you've got to ease into it. You can't just go in there and take a bunch of wedge out or make a huge change. You got to make little changes every time you make a pit stop.
You know, guys, as we're looking at Tony Stewart right now, he's running in the 5th position in the 20 car. One car that I've been watching, and we see this every year in the Coca-Cola 600. We see comers and we see goers. The guy that sat on the outside of the front row, Kurt Busch, in phase 1, he had the field covered. Led 107 laps, but I think they jumped the fence with their adjustments, and now they can't get it back because right now he's the last car on the lead lap. He's only about 8 seconds from being lapped by Brian Vickers. Wasn't that many laps ago he was up there the class of the field.
Yeah, they made a change, and he spun the thing and got the back of it up into the fence. I don't know how much. It doesn't appear to have that much damage, but it could have hurt. It could have hurt something in the rear of the car.
.183 laps to go. Busch is the only Dodge on the lead lap, running 15th, the last car on the lead lap, as Brian Vickers continues to set a big pace.
Tell you, that car is hauling the mail, guys. He comes off of the corner over there, and you can visually see the gap between he and Jimmy Johnson, who's back about 2 seconds, widen out every time he exits a corner.
And we're about halfway through this fuel run right here. They'll probably have to beat a pit road here in about 30 laps.
You'll see the lead that Vickers has built up. He's got Johnson now by more than 2. Carl Edwards by more than 4. Kyle Busch and Tony Stewart by 5 and 7 seconds, respectively.
And I just don't think we can.
99.
Carl
Edwards
Edwards.
in turn 2.
And he was running in the 3rd position with this 99 car.
Well, it's got to be a tire. Got a tire.
Dick?
Yeah, the crew has just sprung into action. He had been running so well, but they are getting ready to change tires on the number 99.
Oh, who'd he take with him?
His teammate, David Reagan.
Oh, no. And Bill Elliott piles in.
Come on around if you can.
What was up with that?
But I'm telling you, that breaks my heart for David Reagan in that 6 car. He had been running in the top 10 almost this entire race. And remember, started this race at the rear of the field because of an engine change.
And Bill Elliott doing a fine job for the Wood brothers, trying to get them back to the top 35 in points.
Well, this won't help their cause any, that's for sure.
Well, let's see how this unfolds.
Certainly know what was wrong with the 99. He had a right rear flat. See right there, he saves it, doesn't hit the wall.
Kyle Busch in the 5 just gets by. He knows he's in trouble right here. This is going down the back straightaway and going off into 3s where he gets in trouble.
And going pretty fast too, Larry. I mean, he's not slowing down with the right rear tire already down. I mean,
there it goes.
Walked out from under him.
He goes up the racetrack. Boom. Nowhere for his teammate to David Reagan to go.
And who would have thought it? And then Bill was just, I'm not sure there wasn't fluid maybe that Bill got into.
Well, Bill had Casey Mears on the inside, Darrell, and a car coming fast on the outside. Nowhere for him to go.
See the right rear there, it's just flat already, and this thing goes around, and Carl could have just kept it down.
That's a shame for David Reagan.
That's a pretty hard lick right in the door.
There's Mears, and yeah, Bill Elliott, no way to escape that one. Gosh.
Yeah, Mears just threaded a needle between those 2 cars.
Carl was going pretty fast to know you got tire flat.
Yeah, when he spun, he was at 90 miles an hour on our Fox tracks.
Well, I know we're just past halfway. I don't know we have a hard luck award, but that 6 car, David Reagan, that whole group certainly would be the recipient of it.
That's 3 Fords taken out at one time.
Let's check with Krista.
Guys, some major issues for 2 of our top runners. Our leader, Brian Vickers, is having a power steering issue. They're deciding what they need to do on their car. Meanwhile, Kyle Busch having a battery issue. All of this has started happening within the last 10 to 15 laps. This is going to be a critical stop with about 179 laps to go in this race. The adjustments these 2 teams make could make or break their night.
Pit road is still closed. A lot of fluid debris toward the entrance of the garage area that they're cleaning up.
Well, I tell you, I can't really speak for the problem with the 5 car that Krista was talking about. Maybe this would be a good opportunity to change the battery. But when I look at Brian Vickers in that 83 car, the lap times he's running, I don't know if I even pull a hood pin out to look at anything.
Well, it could have a leak and he's lost some fluid that they could add back to it, and that would be one thing they could do. But Toyota makes, I think they make their own power steering. I don't know about the box, but the pump and all the accessories.
All right, come in. You're going to have to turn the motor off. Get the hood up. 2 right side tires, and then we'll talk about it. We might come back and do the left, okay? But we got to kind of do it gingerly.
I think you see the plan that Doug Richards had formed there.
Yep.
And as good as he's got, we've got a long way to go, and we actually only have the 13 cars on the lead lap right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a smart thing. You don't want to end up with no power steering. And I don't know if that's dust or a little bit of smoke coming out of that car, like it's got a line loose maybe, and it's losing some fluid.
And pit road is open this time. Let's start with Dick Berggren.
Well, Matt Kenseth is going to pit, and he still is not happy with the car, but that's no big deal. His crew chief, Robbie Reiser, said their goal for tonight was just get through the first 300 laps and then go in the last 100. So they have been adjusting the car all night long. Steve Burns.
Jeff Patterson makes a chassis adjustment on that 20 car. He's also the gas man. Ira Joe Hussey and Todd Foster changing 4 tires on the 20. Krista.
Brian Vickers is in. You're going to see the hood go up. His power steering has been going in and out. He said it's hard for him to drive smoothly. They're also going to make right side tires. They said they have time to go around and make the lefts as they look under the hood. They're adding fluid, power steering fluid under the hood. Matt.
And Denny Hamlin, whose car has just been terribly loose over that past run, they made a significant air pressure change, shuffling the pressures around on the 4 tires to try to tighten him up.
And here's what's going on with the 5 car. Krista talked about a battery problem. They've elected to change the left side tires. You can see them at the left rear right now. The battery is located behind a panel just in front of the left rear tire. It has a quick disconnect. You should easily be able to change that battery and not go lap down. Right now, the pace car is about halfway down the back stretch. You can see them going back on with the left rear tire. So they should be in good shape here.
And this is where the spotter, again, is so critical because he keeps that crew informed of where the pace car is. Spotter be telling now, pace car entering turn 3. Refired and ready to go.
And they'll probably come back in now, check everything, maybe get those right side tires, be good to go.
Plenty of time to complete the service and stay on the lead lap.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by the new Ford Super Duty, built to work harder for you. By the Comcast Triple Play, the best in TV, phone, and internet. By the new Chicken and Biscuit Bowl, dig into great layers of flavor with KFC. And by Lowe's, proud home of Jimmy Johnson and Team 48.
You want to sum up this evening, just listen to Dale Earnhardt Jr. and his spotter, Steve Meal.
Damn, if this ain't a race of attrition, huh? Yeah, from about lap 40.
I think that pretty much sums it up.
First caution at lap 48, 16-car pileup, lap 54, 5-car wreck at lap 62. But despite all that, there's only 7 cars in the garage.
And despite all that, Larry, what did Mr. Hendricks say a couple of weeks ago about how come they've won so many races?
Other teams have fumbled. They've been there to pick up the ball.
And there they are.
Getting set to go green with 174 laps to go. Green flag. Riding with Jimmy Johnson, looking back at Matt Kenseth, making a run off turn 2.
Now, one thing I've noticed about Kenseth, he is really good on new tires, which is kind of unusual for him. He's usually a long run guy, but I've noticed tonight he goes on new tires.
Tony Stewart slips into 3rd.
But that 17, Matt Kenseth did get a run off turn 2.
Kyle Busch is in the wall.
Yep. He actually slapped it pretty good with the right side.
He did. It's pretty used up.
No caution.
And you know, I was just about to say, I think the biggest thing Alan Gustafson with the 5-car, Kyle Busch, and Doug Richard with Brian Vickers is remember we got good cars, be patient.
And you know what, though, Larry, with the 5-car, and I think it's a young guy, a young driver, they had trouble in the pits. They had to change a battery. He'd been up front. Now all of a sudden he loses his focus and he gets concerned about what they've done to the car, having to change a battery, and he overdrives the car.
And you could see him. He got up there almost just too high in the late exit turn 4 where there's no grip. Car just lost grip, hit the wall.
You've got to, when things happen, you got to let it go. You can't let that mess up the rest of your night.
Now Brian Vickers restarted back there with Kyle Busch. Vickers now running in 12th place. Jeff Hammond can show us what they did on that long stop.
Mike, what they were trying to do on the 83 car is to find out whether or not they had a loose line or if the belt itself was loose. This is the pump that actually takes the fluid from right here, circulates it down to the power steering box itself. They went inside there and made sure, hey, that line up there is a little bit loose. They may have tightened the line up, and if they felt like they were low on fluid, they'd pop this top off, put a little extra fluid back in there, and hopefully that'll take care of that 83's problem. It's not a big deal to drive this car without power steering early on in the race. It's the final 100 miles that's really going to wear on that guy behind the wheel. Krista?
Well, Jeff, it was back on lap 212 that Brian first started saying he was having the power steering issue. He said it was intermittent going in and out. He said he wanted his race car to be a little bit looser, but he wouldn't be able to drive it any looser because of the power steering issue. His crew chief, Doug Richard, said, hey, buddy, if you made it through Bristol, remember he had the overheating problem where he actually burned the bottom part of his legs in Bristol. Well, he said, if you can make it through that, you can make it through this. Brian said it's going to be okay. They are cheerleaders for him on the radio. Right now, they're trying to do everything they can to salvage an incredible finish, probably their best of the year here at this track.
All right, let's remember the coin. We'll manage all the distractions we got. When the power steering goes out, it's going to go out because it's probably going to get no better, okay? Just hang in there. Let's do the best we can. We got a good nice deal here.
And you know, Darrell, that's one thing I know about Doug Richard. Obviously, he knows a lot about a race car, but that's one thing he has been his entire career, no matter where he's been, is a good cheerleader. A cheerleader for the driver or a cheerleader for the crew.
You know, I read a great quote the other day, and it applies to racing. Expect failure, just don't accept it.
There you go.
Mark Martin making gains now that the lights are up.
Uh-oh, what time is it?
20 to 9.
20 to 9. Okay, I'm just keeping track.
All right.
And of course, he told you under the pace laps about 3 hours ago, I'm waiting for 9 o'clock to come.
I told him we'd give him a wake-up call.
All right, set your alarm. Meanwhile, we'll go to the Infield Care Center. Dick Bergman.
It's been a busy place at the Infield Care Center. Rookie David Reagan has just come out. An innocent victim. Is it easier to take it knocked out of one of these things when you're innocent or when you know you did it?
Oh, it hurts however you look at it. Jimmy Finnick, all the AAA guys, did an excellent job preparing a great Ford Fusion for me tonight. And, you know, I thought Carl was going to come up the track a lot faster than he did. But just one of those things, really disappointing. But, you know, I got to thank AAA and everybody for all their support this year. We're having a great time. We're going to get better, and we'll get him at Dover.
He had a good run going tonight.
I tell you that. I like that young guy. He's always upbeat. He's a lot like Carl Edwards. He's always sees the bright side.
Matt Kenseth, your leader. He's led 8 laps tonight. And that's more than any other Ford driver has done. There's Mark Martin moving past Mayfield and up to 8. Put a few more turns in the spring of that alarm clock.
NASCAR on Fox, Lowe's Motor Speedway. Jeff Gordon, the points leader, but out of this race, our forward bold move, Matt Kenseth, leading for the 10th time this year. The only car other than a Chevy in a Ford to win the race this year. Kenseth taking the lead ahead of Jimmy Johnson, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Tony Stewart. In the marathon race, it was a mangled mess of metal here A few laps after a Jimmy Johnson tire had 15 cars involved. Jeff Gordon high in the air. Tony Raines causing the wreck. Gordon was okay and maintains his points lead. Jeff Burton came in 5th in points. His view of that Gordon wreck was that he survived it, but some 17 laps later spun out and fell well behind and will fall in points. Carl Edwards came in 10th in points, spinning with apparent tire problems. Teammate, the rookie, David Reagan, who'd been running up front, into him, and then the veteran 51-year-old Bill Elliott, the 88 Cup champion, wrecks moments ago, bringing out the 8th caution of the race. And our Coca-Cola race summary here in the 600-mile event, and we're closing in on 400 miles. At the 100-mile mark, Kurt Busch was your leader. As we look at the lead change here, Jimmy Johnson going in front of Matt Kenseth to take advantage. Elliott was your 200-mile leader. Jimmy Johnson, your 300-mile leader, and has the lead right now as we rejoin Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy.
Thanks, Chris. It is now nighttime, and we're fully in phase 3 of this race. We may need to set Mark Martin's alarm clock 15 minutes early, Darrell, because it's time. It's time to go, even though there's still more than 200 miles left to race here tonight. Jimmy Johnson goes back in command. Kenseth now 2nd, and Tony Stewart has moved into 3rd ahead of Dale Jr.
We're still in the 3rd quarter. You know, 100 laps, 100 laps, 100 laps, and then we go into the final 100 laps. That's when some of these guys will get their wake-up call.
And depending on how cautions fall, we still will have about 2 to 3 more pit stops. I know we've talked a lot about Brian Vickers and that Toyota Camry, who's in the 10th place right now, but a great run for this Toyota right here. Jeremy Mayfield in the 36 car hadn't made that many races this year. A lot of did not qualify, but sitting there solidly up there in the 8th position.
He's an Owensboro boy, you know. He grew up in the Owensboro there, so maybe it's the water. It's on the Ohio River, or maybe it's the barbecue, the mutton that we all eaten all our life.
Steve has more.
Yeah, Mike, I just checked with the crew on the 36 of Jeremy Mayfield, and I said, what kind of changes did you boys make on the last pit stop? They said none, and they were pretty proud of that, Matt Yoakum.
Two stops ago, Steve, now Ryan Pemberton, Mark Martin's crew chief, was warning him that there was considerable brake dust on his wheels, to keep that in mind for later in the race. But if we're looking at that 9 o'clock hours when Mark Martin's car is going to really come to life, he's better hope he's got a few more adjustments that he can make before 9 o'clock, because that car is extremely loose. Mark says he just cannot push it at all because it just jumps completely sideways.
Yeah, Matt, his lap times have fallen to about 0.6 of a second slower than race leader Jimmy Johnson right now.
Follow up a little bit on the 36 car, Jeremy Mayfield. I think I read that's where David Hyder, who was under a suspension since February working on Michael's car. I read Tommy Baldwin said they were going to put him over there, and he's back in action next week.
Ricky Rudd, the Chesapeake, Virginia native, having a nice night here. His Robert Yates Ford running 11th after being as high as 3rd.
But you know, Darrell talked about him earlier. This is a brand new car. They were fast out here during the test. They had a great qualifying run. And this is Ricky's 60th career start here at Lowe's Motor Speedway.
And this car has got a beautiful paint job on it. You really can't see it that well in the daylight, but at night it starts to really pop. A pretty purple with the flames on the side of it. You know, flames. Purple.
And we know you love flames.
They're good.
Jimmy Johnson leading by 1.5 seconds in the Power of Pride Chevy. Let us not forget what we celebrate this weekend. Memorial Day tomorrow. Matt Yoakum.
Mike, it's called the Greatest Generation. Those men in the 1940s, like your father Vern, who helped design the P-38 fighter, or my grandfather Earl Keller, who fought in the Navy. NASCAR official John Sacco also knows firsthand what the words heroism and sacrifice truly means. His father Joe was a decorated soldier in World War II. The first beach he ever saw was Omaha at the Normandy invasion. He and his buddies in the 92nd Battalion fought their way across Europe under the leadership of General George S. Patton. After a year of fighting in the most historic battles of the 20th century, Joe helped liberate the Dachau concentration camp. And thankfully, for history's sake, he recounted all those tales in his book, Where the Birds Never Sing. So those heroic men who lost their lives along the way will be remembered always.
Thanks, Matt. Joe Sacco is waving the pit road is closed flag because Kyle Busch trying to keep his car on track after hitting the wall in 4, keeping on track until the next scheduled pit stop. Didn't make it.
I'm surprised that he made it this far. The right front of that car was really killed when he hit the wall earlier. Finally cut that tire down.
That poor right side has taken a beating. We talked about it earlier in the show. Right as practice started last night, he hit the wall at the right side. They spent that entire practice and this morning repairing that car.
And wrecked his Busch car, and you know, all he really wants to do, I feel really sorry for him. He's all I want to do is get through a weekend without any issues. But boy, the last 4 or 5 weeks, he has worn these guys out.
Well, it's a judgment call when you hit the wall as hard as he did in turn 4. Do you try to ride it out to the next pit stop, or do you come in and fix it then?
You know, the car looked terrible from my vantage point, and I don't know if the spotter didn't see it that way or not, but I would have brought him in long before now.
I just saw his crew chief, Alan Gustafson. You know, I don't think there's any finger pointing going over there, but the frustration is bleeding through the entire team. You could just see the frustration. We met Alan Gustafson in the pre-race, and you could just see the frustration right there.
Pit road is open for this 9th caution of the night. Here's Dick.
And Matt Kenseth is probably going to take 4 tires. They were still discussing it as Kenseth came down pit road. Steve.
Tony Stewart said, I found a line on the racetrack that I like. I just need a little bit more rear grip because they're going to make an air pressure adjustment, Matt.
4 tire change for Denny Hamlin in the 11. He'd like to be able to get to the gas a little quicker. Slight air pressure change. Krista.
Jimmy Johnson said he's concerned with how the 17 could get to him. It's going to be spring rubber changes, adjustments in the left and right rear.
Well, this, as you said, Mike, we're into that final phase, and that's where that group has always been so aggressive. The 48 car, Canals and Jimmy Johnson, knowing what change they need for these last 140 or 50 laps.
Jeremy Mayfield in his Camry wins the race off pit road. 148 laps to go here in Charlotte.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by UPS, official delivery company of NASCAR.
UPS delivers the chance to manage your own free fantasy auto racing league. Go to foxsports.com. Kyle Busch has taken his car to the garage. Broken brake rotor as a result of that crash. He is under repair and hopes to return.
Mike, we were talking about fathers a few minutes ago. I want to say hi to the Bonnets down in Alabama, Neil and Susan Bonnet. Neil's dad passed away this past week, and so I want Susan and them to know what we were thinking about them and praying for them and wish them the best.
Jeremy Mayfield lined up behind the pace truck. He is the race leader after taking no tires on that pit stop.
And I see that other Toyota, Brian Vickers, up there, the 83 car, not that many laps ago, on pit road with the hood up, repairing the power steering. Now he's back up in the top 5 right behind Matt Kenseth.
Toyota, Ford, Toyota, Chevy as we get set for this restart. It will come with 143 laps to go, just about 230 miles left to race. Green flag.
Boy, there goes that run again, Matt Kenseth. We've seen that restart after restart like shot out of a cannon off turn 2. He's going to pull way in front of Jeremy Mayfield. And here comes Vickers to the inside of Mayfield going into 3.
I think he may have gotten Jeremy just a tad loose off of 2 there with that pass. The way he went by him, it about sucked him around, I think.
And here comes Tony Stewart to the inside on Vickers.
You know, Vickers' car, it's not been that great right after a restart. It takes it a few laps, it looks like, to come in.
Well, he says it's a little snug, and that's kind of the characteristics of a car that's a little on the snug side. It's good on a long run, might not be that good on a restart. Man, look at this.
Casey
Kane. Oh, look at this.
I know we're watching Stewart and Vickers, but Casey Kane in that 9 car trying to get one of his 3 laps back. He was up there in no man's land through 3 and 4.
You see a lot of this 3 wide, a lap or 2 after a restart. as the lead lap cars try to negotiate past the lapped cars any way they can. Let's get an update on Kyle Busch from Dick Berggren in the garage.
Well, Kyle sits behind the wheel of his car while his mechanics pour over what is left of it, and how he ever drove this thing at all, Mike, is a major miracle. The right front caliper certainly is a minor problem in comparison to the fact that the caliper itself was on fire, apparently. Signs of flame there. Truck arm is all messed up. Rotor is all messed up. Sheet metal is all messed up. He really must have had his hands full trying to keep this thing on the racetrack.
He did, Doc. I was surprised that he could run as fast as he could with the thing torn up the way it was.
Jimmy Johnson moving on Mayfield, and here comes Dale Jr.
You know, looking at Dale Earnhardt Jr. here, battling to get back in the top 5. Remember, it was less than 100 laps ago. He was on pit road with a flat left rear under green, got the free pass back on the lead lap. Looks like this 8 car's coming to life now as we get into the night.
I think you'll see a lot of changes now that we're into the cool of the evening, under the lights. Guys that have been having some issues, they'll go away and they'll get good.
It's been an all Chevrolet season thus far. Ford's won 1 race, otherwise it's been all Chevy. But look at the laps led by manufacturer tonight, with Dodge and Toyota leading the way.
And the problem now, though, with the problems that Dodge has, that they have had over the last 100 laps, we only have 2 Dodges left on the lead lap, Kurt Busch and Reed Sorensen, and they are the last 2 cars on the lead lap back in 13th and 14th.
That car right there that just came into our picture, Casey Kane. Now he has really stepped it up, but he's 3 laps down. I think he can get up there maybe and catch Matt Kenseth, because he was really closing there for a few laps.
And it would certainly help him if he could get one of those laps back naturally, not depending on a free pass that many laps down.
Let's go back down to our Ford cutaway car and Jeff Hammond.
Mike, as we close in on lap 300, this is where some of these driver comfort things kind of come into play. At the end of the final practice yesterday, Denny Hamlin was complaining about his feet getting hot. That's right, the feet on the bottom of his foot right there was getting extremely hot, having them on the pedals. And the reason for that was because under the hood of the car nowadays, with the unleaded fuel, the temperature has gone up about 150 degrees. So the team had to go to work, put some extra insulation between the firewall itself and the engine itself. For that reason, they also had to add a little bit of extra cooling inside the car. As we look inside here, this is where the shoe would go normally, sit on these brake pedals or the clutch pedal or the gas pedal over here. They added also some extra heat material to kind of like make this cockpit area a little bit cooler, along with some extra hoses. Driver comfort is so important, even in the area where your feet go. Imagine riding around basically with your feet stuck inside an oven at over 400 degrees. Not very comfortable, especially if you want to win a race. Mike?
And those are the kinds of distractions, when you even got a great race car, those kind of distractions will keep you from winning a race. They just take your focus away from everything, and all you can think about is this hurts, this is wrong, that's wrong.
Matt Kenseth leading, but Tony Stewart trying to take away second place from Jimmy Johnson, and he's done it.
Yeah, I mean, I think like we've seen Jimmy Johnson so many times tonight, he saw how much quicker Tony Stewart was than him. He knows we've got over 100 laps to go. You know what? Don't push the envelope now. Tony's just driven away from that 48 car.
I wouldn't worry too much about Jimmy Johnson just yet.
So Kenseth, Stewart, Johnson, then Dale Earnhardt Jr., Denny Hamlin, and J.J. Yaley, Stewart and Hamlin's teammate. He is running half a second behind Brian Vickers, half a second ahead of Jeremy Mayfield. J.J.'s in 8th place.
Now, the car I'm getting a little concerned about, though, right in front of J.J. Yaley, Brian Vickers in that 83 car. He has lost several positions. Krista, this 83 car okay?
Well, that power steering issue, it was intermittently going in and out. Well, it's out.
Turn
Doug
2.
Said,
excuse me, Krista. Casey Kane's in the wall.
Right in front of the 83 car. Caution will fly.
Well, I've been watching that 9 car, and he
got
was
the right side a little bit, Kenny. I don't think it'll be too bad. Maybe the right rear corner the most.
No, buddy, it's a lot worse than that. To the right front, whole right side. but I've been watching him, and he was driving the wheels off that thing, trying to get one of those laps back. And he just goes down here, and it just jumps out from under and getting in. Right here. She's loose, and around she goes, but not around, but it hits the fence.
Boy, and he pancakes it right there.
Yeah, he hit it hard.
I'm sorry, Crystal, it's back to you.
Guys, going back to Brian Vickers, remember we talked about his power steering issue. It is gone entirely. Doug Richards said, hey, buddy, do you want us to cut the belt to make it a little more consistent? Brian said, oh, it's plenty consistent, consistently gone. It is not a pump issue. They have a leaking or broken seal. That is the problem with Brian Vickers. So he is on his own, working the wheel all by himself. He just requested a power gel pack, like a power bar in pack form. He's got his work cut out for him tonight.
And now what he has to do is slow down, because you don't have the assist. It's like if you turn your engine off on your street car and try to turn the steering wheel, that's what he's faced with. So now he's got to let the banking of the turn and the radius of the turn cut the car for him. So all he can do is slow down and tug on the wheel hard as he can.
This is the 10th caution of the night. It's out for Casey Kane. You're watching Matt Kenseth, the race leader. He's coming to pit road in front of Dick Berggren.
And the adjustments are getting smaller and smaller as the night goes on, because they are dialing Kenseth in better and better on every pit stop. That is no surprise. Kenseth and his crew chief, Robbie Reiser, are so good at this. Fuel only.
Fuel only for Tony Stewart. Fuel only for Dale Earnhardt Jr. as well. Matt.
Fuel only for the 11 of Denny Hamlin. They're going to make a chassis adjustment. His car just extremely too loose, trying to tighten him up so he can run the high line. Krista?
And fuel only also for Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, and he must have got the least amount of fuel only, because he beat everybody out pretty good.
Looks like Mark Martin decided to go with 2 right side tires. Looks like Kurt Busch in the 2 is going to get 4.
10th caution flag of the night, coming with 132 laps to go. Lowe's Motor Speedway, like a jewel in the night surrounding Charlotte, North Carolina. Aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR, helping NASCAR drivers get to the finish line for the past 25 years. Goodyear, get there. Next week, NASCAR moves to Dover, and our coverage begins on Friday with Nextel Cup practice, followed by Nextel Cup qualifying, and then Craftsman Truck Series racing on Speed. Saturday, 2 sessions of Nextel Cup practice on Speed, and then next Sunday, NASCAR race day on Speed. The Autism Speaks 400 on Fox, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and NASCAR Victory Lane on Speed wraps up the weekend.
Concrete and crab cakes. That's a good combination right there.
And throw in their car tomorrow.
Wings.
New car.
Jimmy Johnson leads from Matt Kenseth, Tony Stewart, Dale Earnhardt, and J.J. Yaley as we get the restart.
Now let's see what Matt Kenseth in that 17 car can do on this restart. Remember, the last 2 or 3 he moved to the high side, gets a run. I don't know if he's going to get it this time.
He can only show Jimmy Johnson what you're going to do so many times.
And Jimmy Johnson will learn.
Johnson, Kenseth, Stewart in a bit of a breakaway.
Plus, we know from being over here for 10 days that the car out front is really happy. Gets that air on the nose and it takes off.
And we call this a breakaway because the car behind the front 3, Carl Edwards, is 1 lap down. So it's a little gap back to 4th place Dale Earnhardt Jr.
It's hard to believe that Carl's car is even going, you know, after being in that big crash.
Nice rebound.
He'd love to see a caution right now in that 99 car, because he would get that free pass.
I don't know, the way he's running right now, Larry, he may not need it. He's running all over the back of Tony Stewart pretty fast.
I tell you, when I think about Joe Gibbs Racing, when you look at the races that they've been in contention, and they just have not been to victory lane this year, sitting there with all 3 cars right now solidly up there in the top 10.
Yeah, 3rd, 5th, and 6th.
Coach is here this weekend. That's right, Joe Gibbs.
Funny how when a coach shows up, everybody does good. him in the garage area yesterday. Mike held him down talking to him.
Boy, Kenseth's car is so good through the middle of the corner. He's going to pull to the inside of Jimmy Johnson down the back straightaway. I'd say Jimmy will say, you know what? Have at it, boys. We've still got a long way to go. But here comes Stewart in that 20 car.
I think Jimmy Johnson on that run already has seen we have made the car a little bit better because he was able to hold Kenseth at bay for a little bit longer than he had in the last several runs. Just looking at lap times, those first 4 cars there, Dale Jr., Tony Stewart, Jimmy Johnson, and Matt Kenseth, very, very close in lap times.
You know, carrying the Dodge banner right now, there, the battle on the top right, Reed Sorensen in the 41 car. He just goes by Jeremy Mayfield for 9th. Reed had that pit road speeding problem early in the race, finally recovering for it with his 41 car.
I'm very impressed with the drive of J.J. Yeley in 5th place. With that number 18. Second generation sprint car driver now in Nextel Cup for Joe Gibbs out of Phoenix, Arizona. Dick Berggren's in his pit.
And he is running the best race of 2007, Mike. He's looking for his first top 10 of the year. And believe it or not, the first top 5 of his career. Yaley now in the 5th position, knows that he has got to get the job done for Joe Gibbs Racing, or he is liable to lose his ride. He is in the last year of the contract, and today, in this, the longest race we run, he has been absolutely perfect. He has been very smart about the moves that he has made. He's done a great job of communicating with the crew, and the crew has done a great job on pit road. It is a team effort that has put Yaley in 5th position and in position to get the best finish of his entire career.
I think when you got Dale Jr. out there, you know, on the street, kind of handed out resumes, anybody that's on the Gibbs team or the Hendrick team right now that's not performing might be a little wee bit nervous.
But unlike a lot of cars, even in the top 10, that green 18 does not have a mark on it right now. But I tell you what, here is a guy, Kyle Petty, making his 797th career start. He won this race 21 years ago driving for the Wood Brothers, got the free pass. I think this is one of those cars, Krista, that likes the nighttime.
Absolutely. This car has really come into its own. On that last stop, the team actually turned out a great stop. They said they have finally found the balance. Kyle Petty running some times equal to the leaders. And Larry Mack, you really put that in perspective. His win came 21 years ago. Wow, this guy's been racing for a long time. I think this is his 51st start at Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Krista, we look just to the right of the Coke machine, and Brian Vickers has been all but knocking the wall down. He gets into Ricky Rudd right there. Wow.
That's the problem with no power steering. If the car just does what you expect it to, no problem. If you've got to do something evasive or make a quick move, you just can't do it.
And I'm afraid the person that's going to get the most hit out of that, maybe not so much this 83 car, but I believe it's going to be Ricky Rudd in that 88 car. Awfully hard lick on the right side wheels.
Here's another look at it. Vickers trying to stay off the wall.
Oh, yeah, Ricky just comes over and makes contact with him. That wasn't really anything. That didn't have anything to do with power steering.
And Vickers had such a run off turn 4. I mean, he was probably 10 miles an hour faster than Ricky Rudd right
That's
there.
that car on the inside kind of gets sucked into the car on the outside.
Meanwhile, back at the lead, Matt Kenseth has retaken it from Jimmy Johnson, who shoots right on by again. What's this all about?
Oh, they're having a little fun right now. They're sizing each other up. I'm going to look at you a while, then you look at me a while, and then we'll discuss this at the end of the night.
But while they're discussing, there's a cat back there in an orange 20 car that says, you guys just keep discussing. Tony Stewart, he's beating these guys right now about 3 to 4 tenths a lap.
He's getting out his measuring stick. The other two are just looking at each other. He's measuring them up.
See a lot of damage on that 20 car. That came from a wreck that happened way back on lap 53 that involved numerous cars here at the end of the front stretch. A lot of repairs to that 20 car, and here he is here with 117 laps to go, right up there in contention.
I felt pretty good about Tony tonight because of his rebound last week in the All-Star race. Early in that race, you know, we've said this, he was junk. But when the sun went down in that last 20-lap segment last week, he came on, and he's doing it again tonight.
Another fella I feel good about is Dale Earnhardt Jr. You know, it was question mark. When you lose your crew chief, who is your cousin and somebody you're used to working with all the time, what would happen with Jr. and the adjustments and all? And will Jr. break his 37 race winless streak tonight? That's our AT&T virtual crew chief question. Dial 191 or text the message crew to 191 from your AT&T or Singular wireless phone, or go to foxsports.com.
Well, that just proves that 2 Tonys are better than 1.
It's what it looks like. Tony Gibson, there you see him on the right. Tony's been around for a number of years, and I don't think the question, Jeff Hammond actually talked about this yesterday. I don't think the question, Tony Gibson being able to get that race car, but would Dale Earnhardt Jr. try to overpower Tony Gibson? You can't overpower Tony Eury Jr., but I think that's the question. But you know what? Pretty much on track tonight.
Yeah, I heard Gibson say, you know, I'm just trying to make Jr. happy. Well, he'll be happy if you fix his car like they got it tonight.
Closing in on 100 laps to go in stock car racing's longest night. Jimmy Johnson leads Matt Kenseth by 0.3 of a second.
The chase for the cup is on.
th caution flag of the night. I want to change my vote for the Allstate Good Hands Award and give it to the 36 of Jeremy Mayfield. Watch this.
This is incredible. In the grass. Back out on the track.
And you know what really caused that? He was trying to stay off that car that was on the outside of him.
It's written all over his hood what he was going to do.
A 360.
A 360.
And he did it and didn't hit anything.
Pit stop, Stick.
And Matt Kenseth's one of the first in. He is pitting up toward turn 4. He has changed what he wants from a little to tiny changes. Steve.
Tony Stewart says, I don't think I need any changes. This is the best we've been all night. Matt.
On the last stop, it was no tires for the 11 team. This time he's getting tires. The car was way too loose, Chris.
A chassis adjustment for Jimmy Johnson. 2 rounds and 4 tires.
And you know, one reason I think a lot of people, as we see Kenny Wallace in the 78 car, looks like he's blowing up. I think one reason everyone went with 4 tires for the most part there, we are down to a one-stop race. These guys can make it to the end. I would say most of them have the left sides, maybe the right sides as well, that they plan on finishing the race, keeping that track position.
I got a feeling that's probably the last tire change they plan on doing, just a little gas next time.
You got it.
A little jumping jack gas, and I'm out of here.
Well, it's after 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, Mark Martin was 11th. Now he's 3rd. So the alarm must have gone off. Here's Kyle Petty, who is 4th. Had been in the top 10 and moved up smartly. Leading Dodge in the race is Kyle.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Coke Zero and My Coke Rewards. Collect points and earn NASCAR rewards straight from pit row. Get a free Coke Zero from My Coke Rewards. Text the word zero to 2653 now. Standard text rates apply. Tony Stewart started 14th in this race. He's never won. 0 for 8 in the Coca-Cola 600. Of course, a 2-time champ has had kind of an up and down day. But if you go back to lap 53, remember he was involved in the 16-car wreck created by the loose tire of Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Hammond. They quickly made repairs.
Made repairs right there. Left front fender got the most of the damage right there. The guys didn't panic, and neither did Tony. In the end, they got it where it needed to be. And look at him, Chris. He splits these 2 cars right here, making a move up through traffic, letting you know exactly how strong he really is.
Working his way back from as far back as 28th here, passing Brian Vickers in the Toyota. It's Tony moving forward. He did lead 1 lap back on lap 131. That was during pit stops. And currently, as this thing cycles through, a threat to watch in this race, still looking for his first win of this year.
Still looking for his first win, but he's in great position right now. I believe Greg Zipadelli has got this car very close. Tony seems to be like he's happy, and whenever Tony's happy, you better beware.
And how about the veteran Ricky Rudd? You've talked about guys who are comfortable, who know how to wait it out here and make adjustments.
It's great to see Ricky up here leading the race right now in Robert Yates' car. And the key thing right now is the fact that, you know, he's a veteran of this. He knows what it takes to win a 600 600-mile race. He's been around a long time, and so does Robert Yates. So it's great to see this 88 car out front.
We've talked about the Hendrick dominance this year, but the Gibbs dominance tonight, at least recently where his 3 cars are, with a chance to maybe overthrow Jimmy Johnson and his dominance at this track.
But we're not done yet, my friend. I hate to tell you that. A lot of people have been in this kind of position before, but it seems like Jimmy Johnson, Chad Knaus always try to rise to the occasion. Matt Kenseth has been strong. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been strong, along with Tony Stewart. But this race is not over with.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Crank up that volume, boys.
If you're really going to miss us after Dover, you can download that or one of several DW ringtones at jamster.com, keyword DW.
Yeah, DW is 75555, or you can go to DW store.
Kenny Wallace has taken his car to the garage area. Kyle Busch has returned to the race after serious repairs to the right side of his CarQuest Chevy.
Speaking of DW store, better say happy birthday to Van Colley, our colleague.
I mean, we heard Dale Earnhardt Jr. talking about attrition. If you can get back out there and just gain 1 or 2 spots, that's the reason we're seeing cars like Montoya, Clint Boyer, Kyle Busch now, Allmendinger, Sterling Marlin, David Gilliland, Elliott Sadler. Some of those cars over 100 laps down, but back out there just trying to gain 1 or 2 spots.
We're glad to have you with us at Dover, Delaware.
It doesn't get any better.
Kenseth wins.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Where did he come from?
Crab cakes, concrete, car of tomorrow, and ka-ching. The Dover Downs Hotel and Casino
That's
is on
right.
site.
They got it all, baby, I tell you. It's a great place to go, and I look forward to it next week, particularly with that new car, to see how it's going to do on that in the concrete canyon. What's that big old thing that they have? The
DuPont bridge?
The bridge, yeah, but yeah. The monster
The
thing.
monster.
Yeah, the
Miles the Monster.
Oh, that thing is awesome.
Mark Martin there, the Army car, sitting there in the top 10, 7th, started in 11th.
One of our pit runners, Walter Cox, faithful member of the NASCAR on Fox crew, is at home tonight. His grandmother passed away, so our condolences to his family out in Tennessee.
You know, we saw Ricky Rudd leading this thing a while ago, and of course we documented, I think, that he had not come to pit road. There you see him in the 88 car. He did finally make a pit stop, but he got those 5 points for leading. That's one of the cars that's just fighting to stay in the top 35 in owner points.
Mark Martin, is DW got a copy?
Go ahead, Darrell.
I hate to wake you up, buddy, but it's almost 10 o'clock, and I mean, you're sitting there in 7th place right now. How's things going for you?
Struggling, DW. We're not getting along with it too well. We're going to keep digging. It's not over yet. But Army team's doing a great job up pit road. We've hung in here, but this thing hasn't come to us like we were hoping.
All right, buddy. Well, you said about 9 o'clock, so I was going to give you a little bit of time, but you can get it. You can do it, so move on up through there.
Yeah, man, we're hoping it just starts coming to us here.
All right, bud. Good luck. Thanks.
Martin will restart 7th behind Jimmy Johnson, Chevy, Matt Kenseth's Ford, Dale Jr., Tony Stewart, Denny Hamlin, J.J. Yehling.
While I'm thinking of it, I better wish my neighbor, Dario Franchini, from Franklin, Tennessee, where I'm from, congratulations on his win today.
In the Indianapolis 500. That's funny. I thought he was from Scotland.
No, he's from Franklin, Tennessee, and so is Ashley. And
I was going to say, that doesn't sound like a Franklin, Tennessee name.
Well, he flies over my house in his helicopter.
All right.
So I want him to be sure and wave when he goes by.
A great win over Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves, Sam Hornish, Ryan Briscoe, and Scott Sharp.
Hey, Mike, I got an idea.
What's that, Larry?
In honor of the biggest day in motorsports, what do you think?
I think we better crank one up.
With some 3D.
Well, you get Matt Kenseth the outside on a restart. Oh, Kurt Busch. He had a tire go down earlier, fell back off the lead lap, and now.
And he was sitting there 1 lap down. First car 1 lap down. That's going to do him in. Pretty much done him in.
Car that led 107 laps in the early going of this race.
I think they just adjusted themselves right out of the ball game. Looked to me like.
10-4 will be in the garage.
That thing's.
That's the 12th caution flag of the night for Kurt Busch in the Miller Lite Dodge.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Moving forward. By Hamburger Helper. 1 pound, 1 pan, 1 happy family. By the Home Depot. NASCAR's home improvement warehouse. And by Miller Lite. For award-winning taste, there's no debate. Miller Lite. Good call.
Hey, this for all you troops over there watching. Here we go. One time. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Happy Memorial Day, everybody.
You're racing everybody out. Clear all the way, all the way, all the way, all the way, all the way. Check. On a break. Good job, man. Good job. Nice. What's the problem? Up high. Got to spin.
450 miles complete, 150 to go, 100 laps remain. 15 cars now on the lead lap with the addition of Martin Truex Jr., who got the free pass when Kurt Busch crashed at lap 299.
And you know, a couple of years ago, this race took 5 hours and change to run. I said, well, that's the longest race we've ever had. Guess what? We're at 4 hours and 17 minutes, and we still got 150 miles to go.
Let's watch this restart from our DLP Ultimate Picture Cam. It'll be 99 laps to go.
99 good years on the wall.
Nice jump for Matt Kenseth once again.
I got to tell you something, guys. Now, they have stepped it up there with that 17 car.
And Darrell and I were talking at break. It's almost like Matt Kenseth may be an army of one that won Ford against about 7 Chevrolets back there running 2nd through 8th right now.
A Ford has not won here in the last 9 races.
We got a battle for 2nd right now. We got Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 8 car, the camouflage car, looking to the inside of Jimmy Johnson through turn 3 and 4. That'll bring them on their feet.
Gosh, Larry, I didn't even see him there.
The fans did. You can hear them.
And Tony Stewart is right there, along with Jimmy Johnson and Dale Jr. Steve?
Mike, we've been talking about how this track will transition all night. Dale Earnhardt Jr. thought that the track, knew that the track would tighten up, but it hasn't tightened up as much as he thought. The last pit stop, they dropped air pressures to give him a little more grip.
How did you answer our AT&T virtual crew chief question? Can Dale Jr. break that wind drought tonight? 55% yes.
He wins just about every pole I've ever been in, or he's ever been in.
Yeah, it used to be the answer to every question was either Harry Gant or Mark Martin, and now,
no,
if it's Dale Jr., it's a yes.
Enters his dog, best looking dog contest, ugliest dog contest.
He wins.
It's the same contest, same dog, but he wins both ends.
Same dog.
We're getting down now. I mentioned a while ago about a one-stop race. Whoever makes the right adjustment on that last stop, we can't have any penalties on pit road for sure, like Matt Kenseth had last week in the All-Star race.
Kurt Busch crashed to bring out the 12th caution of the night. Here's Dick Berggren.
2 nights in a row, Kurt Busch had a car capable of winning. 2 nights in a row, gets a DNF. How do you deal with this kind of disappointment?
I don't know what to think other than we have a really good car the first session of the race, and then every time we bolt on tires, I have no idea what we're going to get. It reminds me of Vegas when you play roulette. You just don't know what number it's going to fall on, and we really struggled. But all the guys drinking Miller Lite, laying on their boats and having a good time on Memorial Day, really were rooting for the car early on. I felt it. I just have no idea why it got so bad at the end.
Your fans will be cheering for you next weekend at Dover as well. Thank you.
The Penske Dodges both started on the front row. They're now both out of the race.
But you know something I'm seeing here with this 17 car, Larry, and I said it earlier, he's really good on brand new tires, better than most. But it looks like the 48 and maybe even the 20 reels him back in after a few laps.
Yeah, because both those boys, they have now pulled away from Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 car, who's back and forth.
I think Junebug's car's a little nervous. I think she might be just a little too free for him right now.
2 Dodges in the top 10. You're riding with Kyle Petty, the Coke machine, and Reed Sorensen, the Target Dodge, just ahead. 9th and 10th. 3 Fords on the lead lap, 2 Toyotas, the rest Chevrolets. Inside of 150 miles left to run on Stock Car Racing's longest night. Matt Kenseth leads Jimmy Johnson by half a second. .87 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. Is it showtime or go time? Asks Jimmy Johnson, because he pulled the trigger past Matt Kenseth and took off.
He brought a friend with him too. This is where this 48, it's its bread and butter right below that white line with those left side tires. When that car is hooked up and running like it's supposed to, that's where you'll see him.
In just a few short laps, he has pulled away to 3/4 of a second lead, now actually over Tony Stewart in that orange 20 car.
Yeah, Tony came along with him right around the 17 there, a lap later, but Jimmy is right now stepped it up. He's pulling off at about 2/10 a lap. Kind of fitting, isn't it? The Home Depot car chasing the Lowe's car.
At Lowe's Motor Speedway.
At Lowe's Motor Speedway. It makes sense to me.
Got a battle of the 2 Dodges. Yeah, this is a battle right now for 9th. Kyle Petty in that 45 car. You know he's going to be right around the bottom. That's where he runs every racetrack we go to. He'll take the position away.
Best run this year for Kyle Petty.
Sorensen's not going to give it to him, though. He's not giving up. He says, hey, dude.
See right behind him, Jeremy Mayfield in that 36 car. He's fighting back from that spin he had on here on the front stretch. Didn't touch anything just a few laps ago.
Now, Larry, you know how Kyle Petty's car has got to be really, really good, because normally Kyle would just say, okay, Reed, if that's how you feel about it, go on. But he is putting up a fight.
You can see the damage he has there on the right front fender from one of the earlier wrecks. Billy Wilburn in that group, keeping this car up there in contention.
Well, in a couple of races, Kyle's going to climb out of the seat. John Andretti and Chad McCumbee are going to share the ride in the 45 for a few races while Kyle does some TV.
Felt like that's about what would happen, though. Kyle on the outside of the 41 got him a little bit loose as he was up underneath Kyle.
Oh, and Casey Mears got up.
Man.
Almost into Dale Jr. as they battle for 4th.
I don't think it, Jimmy. I don't think that Casey Mears saw
the camouflage car.
You better tell him about that car.
Well, they're both camouflaged.
That's the problem. They don't even see each other.
Just coming off turn 4. Casey's car just goes up the racetrack, but they really didn't.
No,
I don't think they even touched each other.
No contact.
Well, Jeff Gordon out of the race early, and our front row now out of the race. Chris and Jeff.
We're going 600 miles here. They went 500 miles in Indianapolis earlier today. Dario Franchitti, the winner there. Elio Castroneves was third. That's Roger Penske's driver there. He's won 14 Daytona 500s. His NASCAR crew, pole sitter Ryan Newman with piston problems, out of the race. Penske Racing led 117 laps tonight, including Kurt Busch, who led 107. With just over 100 to go, though, when it got dark, Kurt Busch talking about tires, Jeff Hammond, wrecking, and good night, good luck. Done for the night for Penske.
Definitely done for the night right now. He had issues with the tires, couldn't get a grip on this racetrack, and in the end, it kind of like spelled a doom for both the guys on the front row from Penske South.
Kyle Petty now the only Dodge, so once again Ford, Chevy, and Chevy with 7 of the 8 top spots in this race right now.
Right now, you're right about that, but I got to give at least a big kudos to Kyle Petty in that Dodge right now, and having a great run right now, showing how he won this race many years ago. Right now, being very smooth, running at the bottom of the racetrack. Number 45 looking pretty sporty.
You meant kudos or the 23 Skidoo. We knew what you meant. Mike?
Kyle's last super speedway top 10 was at Atlanta, March of 2006. He finished 8th.
Now let's follow our story on an ever-changing racetrack where this race started about 4.5 hours ago. Right here you can see the track temperature 125 degrees. That's when Kurt Busch, the 2 car, was so good. Right in here, 108, 93 degrees. That's when Brian Vickers was so good. We know he had the power steering problem, but now 88 degrees. And guess who's leading? That 48 car. That's the reason, though, those guys have won 3 of these races. They know where they need to be when that thing cools down that much.
I think it's kind of interesting. You got Jimmy Johnson first, Casey Mears 4th, and those are 2 Hendrick cars. And you fall back to Mark Martin 7th. That's basically a Hendrick car. Then you got Tony Stewart and Denny Hamlin and J.J. Yaley all in Gibbs cars. And you've got the lone Matt Kenseth up here in the Ford, and then Brian Vickers in the Toyota. So Gibbs and Hendrick still got the best cars in the race.
And remember, most of those Chevrolets is that new R07 engine package paid off last week. Looks like it's paying off tonight.
77 laps to go in the Coke 600. Jimmy Johnson leads the Coke 600. 71 laps to go. That's just over 100 miles around Lowe's Motor Speedway. Tony Stewart right there in 2nd place. 2 drivers that did not like their cars during practice and had the practice times to show for it over on page 2 are now leading this race. Casey Mears in 3rd, Matt Kenseth 4th, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 5th.
Got to be pretty impressed with Casey Mears, Larry. I mean, hammering away out there tonight and looking pretty darn good. There's Junior looking under to the outside of Matt Kenseth.
And I know we've been talking about Kyle Busch needing a good run. You know what? Casey Mears, that 25 car, Darian Grubb, that group, they need a good run too, and a good solid finish to go with it.
Jimmy Johnson leads this race by 1.9 seconds now in full nighttime, close to the end of the race conditions. How do you get from where he started to where you are right now? We asked his crew chief, Chad Knaus.
You have to start with a car that is very vanilla. You have to be able to go to the tighter side if you need to. You have to be able to go to the looser side if you need to, depending upon what the track calls for. And that's one thing that we've been very fortunate with. We've been able to start the races with a car that's very vanilla and then take it to a car that is capable of going out and winning the race.
So now, with 100 miles to go, and Jimmy trying to build a bit of a lead, do you tell him to ease it up, or do you tell him to go for it? Here's what Chad told him.
Now starting to get a little snug. But I need you to keep humping it, man. Keep pushing that thing as hard as you can. We're going to be pitting here not too far out. And if it's under green, I want to have enough of a lead where we can take 4 tires.
and we're about 15 laps away from that pit stop. And I think what Chad's kind of, I think he feels like he's in a box right here. With this kind of a lead, this kind of a car, I think he's afraid risking just fuel only, because they're going to need basically all 19 gallons to go to the end. But Jeff, I think the other equation, he's scared to put just 2 right sides on for fear they won't match up good with the lefts that's on there.
And Larry, one other thing I want to add about this, we've been talking about the drivers and the car having to go through the changes from daylight to dark. Let's don't forget the crews. As the dark comes along and that nighttime down on pit road, sometimes seeing those lug nuts can be very difficult. We have asking the crews who've been here all day working and preparing these cars that have now been basically in the game scenario for the last 4.5 hours. They've got to get ready to make probably their 13th and their final pit stop as far as going the distance. So a lot of pressure right now being put on everybody at this point of the race.
What I don't think I want to do, though, Larry, you can help me here. I don't want to be the first one on pit road. Because if I take 4, if I'm Darian Grove or Dale Jr. or even Matt Kenseth, I might only take 2, might not even take any, and top me up with fuel and get me out of there.
I think we talked about that earlier, Darrell, with no more give up than this tire has. Don't come to pit road till you need fuel.
Well, Casey Mears is 3rd. He finished 2nd last night. Big weekend for Casey. What's Darian Grubb want to do? Steve Burns.
Let's find out, Mike. Darian, you guys have consistently been in the top 10, then the top 5. What can you do for Casey to help him win this race?
We're going to try to work a little bit of his strategy here, maybe try to help him out. We're just real happy, and I'm real proud of this National Guard GMAC team for sticking there and fighting. We haven't had the year we've been looking for. This is a good, strong showing for our team on Memorial Day weekend. It's just really proud to be up there and just we want to finish where we're running. Good luck. Thank you.
Car in the wall up in turn 2. That was Brian Vickers, and he's going to make it around to pit road with right side damage.
Yeah, he cut a right front down, I reckon, and got the whole right side of the car torn up. That's unfortunate. This car has been so good.
And there's the caution for debris from Brian Vickers.
Doesn't really surprise me because he rode that wall pretty good down at 1 and 2.
Now, here's what's very interesting about this caution. We have 63 laps to go. Can't quite make that distance on 19 gallons of fuel. So, boy, what a tangled web we have now.
Well, you could make it if there were a couple of cautions.
Need a few cautions to complement it.
Not very funny, but very interesting.
14 cars are on the lead lap. We will add one more, or maybe not, because Brian Vickers was the first car 1 lap down, and he's the car that brought out the caution. We'll have to check and see if he was on the lead lap at the time of caution. He was, so that means the 43, Bobby Labonte, will be the free pass car. Dick Bergman.
Well, Matt Kenseth's car has gotten very tight. He's gone from 1st to 5th, and as he was talking over the changes they should make with crew chief Robbie Reiser, Kenseth came up with an idea. He said, let's let the engineer Chip Bolin decide what to do. That way, if it doesn't work, we got somebody to blame. The crew just cracked up here on pit road. They're going to try to get this thing loosened up, but I don't know who's going to decide how to do it yet.
Well, we're going to know here in a second, Dick, because here comes all 14 cars on the lead lap.
Steve.
Tony Stewart wants a little bit of air pressure out of both left side tires to help him roll through the corner. Casey Mears also on pit road. Matt.
Denny Hamlin said that his car was just way too tight at the end of the run. They're going to go up on the track bar. You can see the catch cam man make the adjustment, also putting on 2 cycle scuffs on the 11. Krista?
4 tires for Jimmy Johnson, also air pressure and 1 round, but they said they did not make it to their fuel window. Trouble on this stop. They had trouble. There was I think a hung lug nut on the tire, a problem on Jimmy Johnson's stop.
Big problem, Krista, because he's going to go from leading this race to going out about 10th or 11th. The group that was on the mark was Greg Zipadelli and that 20 group. They're going to win the battle off pit road.
Jimmy Johnson will fall to 10th, and let me correct on the free pass. Brian Vickers hit the wall. The caution was not for him. It was for debris. Vickers was the first car 1 lap down. He will get the free pass.
The Coca-Cola 600 on Fox is sponsored by DLP. HD TV powered by DLP. It's amazing. It's the Mears. By Lowe's, proud home of Jimmy Johnson and Team 48. By Dodge, you can take life as it comes or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. And by Nextel, only from Sprint, helping NASCAR Nextel Cup fans get more done. NASCAR's defending champion Jimmy Johnson, who has owned this place, winning 3 of the last 4 races here, was the leader at the 300-mile mark and moments ago at the 500-mile mark. But Jeff Hammond, with a pit stop moments ago, he lost ground.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a miscue right there. As Darrell likes to say, along with Larry McReynolds, don't beat yourselves. You'll notice they get the left side up. Everything looks like it's pretty normal, but as they get ready to put the left side tires on, they don't get the lug nuts on, and the jack man doesn't see that, drops the jack too quick. They got the car stopped, got the lug nuts back on there, but they lost 9 valuable positions to everybody else.
So, Mike, Tony Stewart, your leader as we get ready to go green.
Thanks, Chris. 60 laps, 90 miles left to race in Charlotte. 15 cars on the lead lap as we get ready to restart.
I was watching that 25 car running second right now before that caution came out, and he was catching Tony Stewart just a little bit. So see how he does here on this next segment.
Casey Mears looking for his first Nextel Cup win. Right behind Tony Stewart on the break.
And the biggest question now, with 59 laps to go, we're right there on the border. Can these cars make it on fuel should we not have another caution?
Boy, that car that gets a little run up on the outside off turn 2. Look at that gap Tony put on those guys by virtue of getting that good run off turn 2.
3 wide behind Jimmy Johnson. And everybody makes it through. Johnson has got a long way to go. He's 10th on the restart.
Got a good restart, though. He got around a couple of guys there that was right in front of him and got a nice restart, but it's going to be hard to get by all these cats.
He is 8th right now, working the outside of J.J. Yealing. Steve, what about fuel mileage for our leader?
Mike, just prior to the restart, Greg Zipadelli told Tony Stewart, he said, we're going to be real close on gas. Do what you have to do on the racetrack, but if you can save me a little, save me a little. Matt.
His teammate Denny Hamlin needs a little bit more than a little. At this juncture, Steve, they are between 5 and 7 laps short on fuel. They're still calculating and recalculating, but they are still short at this point.
Now, how can 2 cars on the same team, Larry, be that far apart in the estimate?
Well, we know it's not because of the gear, because we have the gear rule, but it could just be a lot because of driving style. But I know one thing, I just watched Casey Mears, the 25 car, Mark Martin in the 01 just ran their fastest lap of the race. They're not conserving fuel right now. Foot in that throttle.
Krista?
Well, we saw how the 48 had the trouble on that stop, but they were outside their fuel window. They were hoping to pit around lap 350. So when that caution came out, lap 337, it put them outside their window. And then you saw they had the bad stop with the drop jack, so they will have to come back in before this race is over.
And that's what these crew chiefs really have to watch closely. They've got to watch these lap times. They've got to listen to the characteristics of the car, because things like that will make a difference, obviously, in the fuel mileage.
Your late local news follows us on the East Coast. On the West Coast, check the listings for your local Fox station. Tony Stewart trying to drive away from Casey Mears. How about the 3rd place car, Matt Kenseth? Dick?
I just asked Robbie Reiser, and he said, no, we can't make it. And then he said, can anybody else? I don't know. We'll see.
One thing I did not make a note of, 2 cars at the back of the lead lap cars that came in and topped off when we got the 1 to go. Ricky Rudd in the 88, Brian Vickers in the 83, and they seem content to stay back there. They may be banking on a lot of these cars running out of fuel.
That's something you'd expect someone like Ricky Rudd to do. And you know something I've been noticing about Rudd? You know, this is his first year. He took a year off, kind of. Maybe he's just working through some things. This is the best run we've seen him have other than at Daytona. And I tell you, he's doing a good job tonight. And coming in and topping that thing up with fuel was a good move, Larry. How about it, Dick? What do they say?
Well, I tell you, I don't think anybody knows for sure whether they can make it all the way, but I can tell you for sure, because I talked to Butch Hilton this morning, that they put an enormous amount of effort into this race. It's a brand new car. They have been struggling with the tires, and Hilton told me this morning, we know what this tire needs now. They spent a lot of time on what's called a 7-post shaker rig. That's simply a chassis device. It's a tool to help set the car up better, and they are confident that they have overcome some pit road problems. So a lot of work in a lot of areas by Team 88, and it is paying off here tonight at Lowe's.
I totally agree with you, Dick. This car has been good all week over here, and it's running great tonight. And Ricky, I think Ricky will get back in the game You know, after taking a year off, it takes a few weeks to get yourself tuned back up.
But you're right. I mean, Dick, they went over to a place called ADI in Harrisburg after they tested here and spent 2 days over there simulating things that went on the racetrack with Jay Drake and those guys over there.
Johnson continues his march toward the front. Car 48 closes in on Denny Hamlin's 6th place FedEx Chevy. Three Joe Gibbs Chevys and 2 of Rick Hendrick's Chevys up there in that lead group, along with the Roush Ford of Matt Kenseth, the DEI Chevy of Dale Jr., and the Ginn Racing Chevy of Mark Martin.
And speaking of DEI, look at this car right here. Martin Truex Jr. in the one car went through all types of problems in the first 100 laps. I mean, look how many repairs have been done to this car. And Matt, he has made it back into the top 10 up there in 9th with 50 laps to go.
Larry Mack, at one point, he was running 16th, and they were just going to try to soldier their way home. But now he's in the top 10. The one complaint that he's had for about 100 laps, his eyes are burning. But when you look at that left front fender, you can see how much air is getting inside the engine compartment. Thus, you can bet that the crush panel maybe have a gap there, so fumes getting inside the car. The one thing he wants to do when the race is over is flush his eyes out because they are burning.
Never seen a bass boat look that banged up and still float.
We got a lot of cars in the top 10 that are banged up.
I was telling Larry a bit ago, I said, man, this is worse than Bristol.
Mark Martin has moved on past both Denny Hamlin and Jimmy Johnson. Johnson then passed Hamlin. So now it's the Army car 5th, the Lowe Chevy 6th, and the FedEx car 7th.
Mark was on Central Time. That's what it was.
Oh, 1 hour later.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 9 o'clock Central.
Yeah.
And here he goes.
Well, we know a lot of cars are going to need a caution maybe to make it to the end, but I just believe Jimmy Johnson, even though he has picked up another spot, he's almost 5 seconds behind Tony Stewart, and he's going to run out of laps, I just think, here because of the difference in lap time.
And we know he's not conserving any fuel because he's got to go.
He can't.
48 laps to go. Hamlin on the outside wants to make a run back at him. Not this time. Up ahead of them, Dale Jr. in 4th place. Steve.
Tony Gibson told Dale Earnhardt Jr. 50 laps to go. Jr. said, how are we on gas? Gibson's simple reply, 5 laps short.
And I think that's going to be pretty common. I just believe that most of these cars, especially with the speeds I'm seeing right now, I think a lot of them are going to have to come in with a few laps to go and splash of fuel.
So we expect one more pit stop. But you know how this sport goes. Expect the unexpected.
We just don't win, or how much?
Catch me if you can.
A good look at the vast grandstand and huge crowd on hand at Lowe's Motor Speedway. Our aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR, helping NASCAR drivers get to the finish line for the past 25 years. Goodyear, get there. Tony Stewart is trying to get there as fast as he can. 41 laps, 61 miles left to race tonight. And he is 1.1 seconds ahead of Casey Mears, whose uncle Rick won the Indy 500 4 times, whose dad Roger won the Baja 1000. One of the 4 Hendrick drivers and the one who hopes to find victory lane in Nextel Cup racing for the first time this season and maybe tonight.
Well, right now is when the driver, I mean, fatigue, it's not really the kind of fatigue that maybe a lot of folks are thinking about, but you are mentally, and now you're kind of whooped up on physically. You've got to really focus hard these last 50 laps.
And Darrell, I think this is when you start hearing things, feeling things, and the crew chiefs are just sitting up on that box going, oh, when?
Larry, you've been strapped in this thing now for 5 hours. Your buns are burning. Your ears are ringing. Your head's hurting. Your eyes are burning. And you want to get this thing over with.
And despite all the on-track carnage, there's only 9 cars out of the race. Mark Martin currently 6th. A couple spots better than where he restarted. Denny Hamlin, a little bit of a fade to 7th, just in front of his teammate J.J. Yaley.
think all you can say about Denny Hamlin, he has just survived this thing tonight. He has not had the race car that he was looking for. Much better than he had in the All-Star Challenge the other night.
I would have bet you that he had knocked the fence down before the night's over with. He has been laying on that thing all night long, and he just about hit it there off turn 4, but the right side's clean.
You saw J.J. Yaley having one of the best runs of his Nextel Cup career, and Kyle Petty trying to come back to a race that he's won before. He is on the lead lap, and Kyle running well in the top 10. Martin Truex Jr. got the free pass, a caution to go, and despite all the beats and the bangs, he's a top 10 car right now. 11th is Reed Sorensen, 12th Carl Edwards, Jeremy Mayfield, Ricky Rudd, and Brian Vickers all on the lead lap. There's a look at Reed Sorensen.
And Carl Edwards right behind him in that 99 car. Remember the lick that car took back on lap 221 with his teammate when he had a cut tire. Here he is back well in the top 15 trying to get to the top 10 with this 99.
Yeah, that 99 car took out 2 other cars, but he's still going.
Jeremy Mayfield is the leading Camry in the race. He's 13th.
And he was spinning a 360, no pun intended, on the front stretch. There's almost not a car in the top 10 that has not had a problem with some kind tonight.
And Vickers is sitting there. He's hanging on. Last car on the lead lap with no power steering.
4th place has changed hands. Jimmy Johnson, after that pit road miscue, is clawing his way back to the front. He is still 5 seconds behind Tony Stewart, but he's now the 4th place car. Krista?
Chad Knaus told Jimmy Johnson, the closer you get, the better you will be. Our car is set up to be out front. Go get him.
But I believe strongly that if we do not get a caution here with 34 laps to go, this is not going to be about who has the best car. This is who can make it to the end on fuel, and I get a feeling of our top 15 cars, there may not be very many that can make it to the end.
If any at all. Steve Burns.
Mike down in the pit box with Tony Gibson. Tony, you told me this afternoon about all the changes you made to that race car. They seem to have worked. Laps winding down. What do you do now?
Now we're just going to wait, and then as soon as we got to pit for gas, we'll take gas only and take it to the end. We're pretty good right now. We're about a tenth better than those guys in front of us. It's just so hard to run the top and be consistent right now, but he's doing a great job. You know, this race team's done a great job to be under what we're under. It's just you know, a tribute to Tony Jr. He's built a great race team, so you know, everything goes to him. He's done a really good job. All these guys are still focused, so we're just going to hope and try to get some top 5 out of here.
Thanks, Steve. Let's go to the pit of the 5th place car and find out about fuel mileage for Denny Hamlin. Matt.
The mood much better down here in the 11 pit, Mike. Now, you throw in the scenario of a possible green-white checkered finish and we go into overtime. I think the 11 and most everyone else will be in trouble, but I believe that their numbers, judging by their faces, a lot better than they had originally thought. And you also, Darrell, talked about one thing about how to try to save fuel inside the car. In the old days here at Gibbs, Bobby Labonte would get better fuel mileage because he was a right foot braker and Tony is a left foot braker. But Tony and Denny both brake with their left, so their numbers should be close.
30 laps, excuse me, 45 miles to go.
A driver can save fuel. I know he can't save a lot. I don't know if he can milk 5 out of it or not, but he can milk a couple out of it.
Brother, can you loan me a gallon?
Might only be a half gallon you need.
Laps and the fuel load winding down. 25 laps to go at Lowe's Motor Speedway. With Darrell Waltrip and Larry McReynolds, I'm Mike Joy. Tony Stewart has a lead of 1.8 seconds over Casey Mears. Dale Earnhardt Jr. 3 seconds off the lead. Jimmy Johnson 4.4 back and closing. Denny Hamlin 5 seconds behind the leader. And the large possibility of needing a pit stop for fuel before the laps run out. Nextel helps NASCAR and NASCAR fans get things done. Who is the Nextel getting it done call of the race? Darrell.
I'm going to go with the second place car. Casey Mears, Darian Grubb. I like what they've done tonight. Casey Mears, the Mears family, known for Indy and what they've done up there. Good to see this guy. Really had a great run last night. Second. If he runs second tonight, he's had a great weekend.
Larry?
I'm going to give it to a group. I'm going to give it to a group as we're a third of the way into this 2007 season. This manufacturer listened to their drivers. They moved the power band on their engines. They came here. They have almost led a third of this race. I'm going to give it to Toyota Racing. You know what? They're getting it done tonight like Sprint.
Yesterday in practice, Tony Stewart didn't like the car, didn't like the track, didn't like the tire. Greg Zipadelli said, park it. And they ended practice a little bit early. Greg said, we know what we can do to give you the car you need when you need it. Boy, they have done it. Stewart with a 2.5-second lead with 22 laps to go.
And that's that trust thing that a driver and a crew chief have to have. That guy there has to believe in his driver. That driver has to trust his crew chief.
Well, they're the longest running pair, driver crew chief pair, in Nextel Cup.
They're in their 9th season together. Greg Zipadelli has never crew chief another driver in Nextel Cup. Tony Stewart has never been with another crew chief in Nextel Cup.
Remember Kansas last October, another fuel mileage kind of race, and it was Stewart that outlasted the crowd.
With that very race car right there.
You know, when I hear that about that very race car and the car does this here and the car likes this here, it always reminds me of what I was told one time. Boy, that car ain't got a clue where it is.
He has no idea on the map, does it?
Second place battle heating up here between the two Camo cars. And Matt Kenseth is in for fuel. Dick.
And this was a planned stop, and Matt Kenseth made Robbie Reiser tell him a second time, are you sure you want me to pit now? They are making a chassis adjustment, outside tires. They're gambling that nobody else can make it without fuel either. They couldn't get the job done. They could not have gone the distance.
So a little insurance pitting with 20 laps to go.
As good as these tires are, they don't drop off that much. I'd have stayed out there till the bitter end because a caution right now and you are done.
And Steve, you only need just a splash of gas, but we're still curious. Can Greg Zipadelli in that 20 car, do they think they can make it?
Larry Mack, the update is no. They are 2 laps short. Greg Zipadelli saying to Tony Stewart right now, we cannot risk it. We're going to stop and get 2 seconds worth of gas to make it.
You almost don't even need to stop. Just make sure in that box there's 2 to 3 people that's important on this stop. That driver getting on the pit road but not speeding, that fuel man and his catch can man getting that vent open.
And that's going to be the difficult thing is somebody's not going to get caught speeding here because, man, you know that every little bit will make such a huge difference on a racetrack when you get back out there.
Now, we talked about a driver who is lurking on the lead lap, running laps 1 second slower than the leaders, but just hanging out there. Dick, how about Ricky Rudd?
And he is a sly one. In 59 starts here at Lowe's Motor Speedway, Mike, he has run 30,000 miles. I just climbed to the top of his pit box and looked at the computer. Butch Hilton pointed his finger. It said 400.2. That's 400.2 laps. Rudd thinks he can make it and finally, for the first time ever, win a race here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. They are telling him right now, stay out, you're fine.
Jeremy Mayfield comes down to the inside of the racetrack and to pit road.
That looks like an engine problem.
NASCAR observers and officials report the track is clear. So no caution for Mayfield, who was a lead lap car.
But just going back to what Dick Bergman was talking about Ricky Rudd, just remember he was one of the 2 cars that topped off with 60 to go. If he has slowed that pace down enough, he can make it. And right now, Denny Hamlin in the 11 just drives by Jimmy Johnson in the 48. This is a battle for 4th. Johnson's going to fight back on the low side.
Jimmy's done a whale of a job, Larry, fighting his way back up there to where he is, and he's not that far behind Tony Stewart right now, only 3 seconds.
Keep after. We still got a shot at this thing, man.
Yes, you do, Chad. Pump him up, baby. Tell him.
On pit road, he makes a mistake. That's all 4 of us in there battling for the lead, bud. Just stay out there.
Now, it's not just Ricky Rudd, but there were 2 cars lurking at the back of the lead lap, running pretty much identical lap times, and Chris Devoda has gone to the pits of the second one.
Mike Joy, this is about to get very interesting as all these cars need to come in for that splash and go. One car going to try to stay out there, conserving fuel as we speak. Doug Richard, the crew chief of this Red Bull team. Doug, let's talk about your driver here. Can you guys make it the distance on this fuel run?
Well, it looks like it would be close if we tried it. It looks like we're probably going to have to come and top off with the rest of them.
All along he's been saying try to conserve fuel. Your driver has really been wheeling that car. No power steering, right?
Yeah, he's done a heck of a job today. I mean, the power steering's gone on and off all day. We tried to put fluid in it and it just didn't hold it long enough. So my hat's off to him. He's doing a heck of a job. And, you know, if we can come out of here with a top 10, I'd be very happy for this team Red Bull.
They would still love to make the gamble, though. It's going to be very close. One lap is what we're talking about.
Man, go for it.
Oh, yes, sir. What have you got to lose?
No, you got nothing to lose,
it.
man. You got a shot, take it.
Well, he's the lone effort now for Toyota because they just pushed Jeremy Mayfield, the 36 car, behind the wall here with 13 to go.
If they told me I was one lap short, I'd say I'll go for it.
Darrell, they are 40th in owner points, the Red Bull team, and need a good finish here. They don't need what might have been.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm still going for it.
12 laps, 18 miles to go. And now teammates from Rick Hendrick's team. Jimmy Johnson goes past Casey Mears for 4th place.
He just keeps coming, keeps clicking them off.
But right now he's 4.5 seconds behind Tony Stewart, the leader. But the two cars I see that have really slowed their pace down, we talked about Ricky Rudd. I'm also seeing Kyle Petty in that 45 car. He has slowed the pace down, sitting there in 8th right now.
And so is Ricky Rudd in 13th.
Well,
so will it be a race to the finish, or will it be the tortoise or the hare?
Back in the day, we used to kind of figure them this way, and we hoped it played out this way. Always, when we didn't have the best car, we always hoped for some situation like this.
10 laps, 15 miles. That's going to take a little over 3 gallons of that 99 octane unleaded racing gasoline from Sunoco to get them to the finish. Here's a comer on pit road, and it's Kyle Busch, who is many laps down after crash damage. You're riding with Dale Jr. in 2nd place, 2.2 seconds behind Tony Stewart. And here's Jimmy Johnson to pit road.
But I'm telling you what, he liked to have got run over by his teammate Casey Mears in that 25 car as he came off the bank, and it was close.
It looked like Talladega in reverse.
Yes. 9 laps to go.
Casey Mears was trying to get on pit road at Talladega, and Jimmy tapped him.
Turn in.
Vickers is in pit road as well. Krista?
Jimmy Johnson came in. They did make a chassis adjustment also about 1.5 rounds, and of course took that all-important fuel. Jimmy Johnson back on the track.
Sorry, thank you, Krista. Not Vickers. Allmendinger, his teammate, and Martin Truex on pit road. Here is Mark Martin in the pit lane. So Martin will give up 5th place to pit. Meanwhile, Tony keeps on turning.
I'll tell you who's sitting back there licking his chops. That 88.
Matt?
Mark Martin only needing about 2 gallons of fuel. They were scheduled to come in with 8 laps to go, and that's exactly where we are.
Stewart, the leader, comes to pit road. That'll turn the lead over to Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Boy, I got to tell you something. He came on pit road really slow.
Steve.
And Greg Zuccadelli had said, don't speed down pit road. We need just over a second's worth of gas. Jeff Gooch Patterson stabs that fuel filler in there.
And Steve, he didn't even hardly stop. Just enough to get some fuel in there.
Larry, he really did check up a lot getting down on the pit lane. I don't know how that's going to affect the outcome here, but he was slow getting on pit road.
Now here's what's interesting, I think, is we got Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 car. He had taken the lead here with 6 laps to go. He's going to be on pit road, but we got Casey Mears still out there. Remember, Hendrick engine, Mark Martin, Jimmy Johnson, they've already been to pit road.
Steve.
They're telling him 2 seconds. 2 seconds. That's all they need from Dale Earnhardt Jr., and he's away.
That's all he got. Denny Hamlin's your leader. Casey Mears is 2nd. J.J. Yaley is 3rd. And now it's Carl Edwards' turn in the pit lane. He's the 9th place car. And Denny Hamlin also comes to pit road. He will turn the lead to Casey Mears.
So that means 2 of the Joe Gibbs cars, they have pitted, but J.J. Yaley up there in 3rd. He is still out on the racetrack, Matt.
Roger Purcell, the engine tuner, waving the stop sign. Denny hits it. Scott Wood gets the 2.5 seconds of fuel they need, and he's away.
4 laps laps to go. Can Casey Mears or J.J. Yaley go the distance and score their first Nextel Cup win in racing's longest event in NASCAR?
There's several guys that are sitting there wondering if they're going to make it or not. There's Kyle Petty up in 4th place. He's got a shot.
Steve?
Mike, the last report I heard from Darian Grubb was that Casey Mears was a half a lap short. We'll find out if they gamble. Dick?
J.J. Yaley has just been told that he can make it. They do not plan to pit the 18 car.
You know what? When you're in the position they're in, don't pit.
No,
you're trying to win this race.
What you don't want is a green-white checkered if you're in this box. You got to get it to the end. You got to have no cautions.
This is unbelievable. An economy run to finish off NASCAR's longest night. Casey Mears, winless, the leader. J.J. Yaley, always a bridesmaid, never a bride, second. And Ricky Rudd, out of retirement to race this year. One of them may win it.
But what I hope, Darian Grubb with 3 laps to go, that he's slowing Casey Mears down. He has a 10-second lead. He can slow that car down over a second right now.
We have been racing 5.5 hours, and it comes down to this.
And they're still racing 3 wide at both ends of the racetrack.
Everybody's...
Kyle Petty, 3rd place right now. 13 seconds back, the leading Dodge. Could he win it?
2 laps to go. Casey Mears, 32-33, almost an 11-second lead. Darian, slow him down another second, buddy.
His dad, Roger.
Plenty of room.
Plenty of room, plenty of room. Back
Casey's
me down,
dad,
back me
Roger,
down.
drives his motor coach.
I'd be wearing that race. I'd want him to tell me where everybody is and what I got to do.
His mom, Carol, runs his fan club and handles some of his business interests. It's a true racing family.
White flag in
the
the air.
Mears gang, Bakersfield, California.
He's going to do it.
Roger, Rick, now Casey. All he needs is a gallon of gas.
He doesn't even need this now. He just needs fumes. That's all he needs.
Yaley second. Kyle Petty third. Reed Sorensen, Brian Vickers.
No pressure, and he has got it made. He can coast. He can coast from there.
For the National Guard, Casey Mears is going to win his first Nextel Cup race, the Coke 600.
Good for him. All right.
Becomes the 4th Hendrick car driver to win this year.
Look at Kyle Petty. Kyle Petty gets a 3rd.
And J.J. Yaley finishes second, by far his best ever Nextel Cup outing.
What a finish. Way to go, guys. That was exciting.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Thank you, National Guard. I am out.
He's out of gas. That's okay.
Yes. Unbelievable job, guys. Unbelievable job. Woo! Woo!
Yeah,
Man, thank you guys for my first win, man. Thank you. Woo!
I guarantee you that will be a proud papa and a proud mama
man.
right there.
Can you imagine the relief for this kid's feeling?
Casey Mears becomes the 8th different first-time winner at Lowe's Motor Speedway, the 5th different driver to score his first career win in the Coca-Cola 600. One of those was Jeff Gordon.
Carol, he can't do any burnouts. He's out of gas.
He doesn't care. He's going to get out and do his own burnouts in victory circle on his feet.
The others, Matt Kenseth, Bobby Labonte, and Jamie McMurray. Several other greats also got their first win here. Buddy Baker, Charlie Glotzback, and David Pearson.
And that's 14 wins for Hendrick Motorsports at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Here's our Chevy winning moment. Congratulations to Chevy driver Casey Mears, winner of the Coca-Cola 600.
My man Darian Grubb is in victory circle. All right.
Casey had a race won driving for Chip Ganassi at Homestead, Florida, but a late caution came out, and that changed everything. Tonight is his.
Now, Mr. Hendrick's been telling me, said, we're going to get this deal turned around. Got to find what this kid wants. They found it tonight.
Needed fuel as much as anything tonight, but he did have a great race car.
For 6 of the top 10 drivers, it is their best finish of 2007. Rick Hendrick offers congratulations.
Oh, yeah, that's big. That means so much.
And Matt Yoakum is with Casey Mears.
And Casey Mears with the wet towel. Memorial Day weekend. It only seems appropriate that the Mears goes to victory lane.
I love it.
What a special night. Can you put into words what this means, Case?
I don't. I can't believe. Actually, let me look at this for a second.
Yes, it is real.
I believe we're in victory lane right now.
Yeah, you are, brother. You are.
You guys did an awesome job. I got to thank Darian because I made an excellent call. Told me to conserve fuel, and that was our game plan. We were going to try it. I mean, we were a third-place car, fourth-place car at best, and it was the only way to win it. And I just want to thank everybody, National Guard, Hendrick Motorsports, GMAC, all these guys did an excellent job all day. Can't believe we're sitting here right now. I'm so happy.
It's been a long road, but Casey Mears scores win number 1, and it's in a marquee crown jewel event in NASCAR, the Coca-Cola 600. Krista?
Kyle Petty has been running this race for a very long time. His 797th Nextel Cup start, his 51st Lowe's Motor Speedway start. And Kyle, you just fought this thing all night. You guys finally said the balance was coming in, and lo and behold, you just finished with a top 5.
Yeah, you know, Billy made a great call in the pits. Billy made a great call and just said conserve fuel, but I just said it seems like I got to have Coke Zero or Coca-Cola or Melagala, something on the car. The best last time I run this good was when I drove for Felix, and he came by and congratulated us, and that was big. But my pit crew has stepped it up tremendously, and Evernham engines, I can't say enough for them. I hate Bill Pink sitting at home, man, because he's helped Hulls, who's our engine tuner, and they got the most out of it tonight. But everything just came together for us tonight.
Petty Enterprises turning a corner. They do so in the longest race of the year. Dick Berggren?
Well, the physical demands of going 600 miles show on J.J. Yaley's face, but how about a big smile? You needed this one, bud.
They do. I feel pretty good. You know, I wasn't worried a bit. I know that Steve and the guys are going to do an awesome job. The Interstate Battery Chevrolet was great. Coca-Cola. You know, I knew I was going to run out of gas. 3 days is my little girl's 2nd birthday. She was going to make sure that everything went well for me, and you know, the fuel gauge never moved a bit. You know, the guys, they must have been really worried that I had a feeling we were going to make it to the end. I just wish we could have won. But second's a great way to rebound. The guys worked awesome. It's been an awesome car all night long, and we definitely needed this.
You keep driving like this, you're going to win. Mike?
It's Mears' first win, it's Yaley's first top 5, and it's Kyle Petty's first top 5 in 10 years. There's Roger Mears with the yellow bill on his cap, and it's Casey's mom, Carol, in victory lane. What a sight, and what a celebration.
And you know what? They came in here 35th in owner points. They're going to jump up almost to 29th. They can breathe a little bit now. Breathe!
Casey Mears celebrated with his team, with his mom and dad, with his car owner, and his teammate, Jimmy Johnson, who wound up 10th after having to make a stop for a splash of gas. What a night. 600 miles. Cars that weren't right in the daytime were right in the nighttime, but who could have predicted a storybook finish?
1994, Jeff Gordon won his first race in the Coke 600. The next year, he won the Nextel Cup Championship. I see that written all over this kid.
But I think we saw every element that you could see in this 600-mile race. As you mentioned, Mike, we had comers, we had goers on an ever-changing track. We had a lot of attrition. A lot of guys fought back. And in the end, I love it. Strategy.
What a great finish. And now, crab cakes and concrete. Chris, it's on to Dover.
And we'll be checking out the Monster Mile as Casey Mears at age 29 with his first Nextel Cup win. Actually played football back at Stockdale High School with David Carr, former NFL #1 draft pick, now with Carolina. As we check the unofficial results. And the year of Hendrick continues. But, Jeff, that is a surprising after 600 miles. J.J. Yaley, Kyle Petty, Reed Sorensen.
Brian Vickers. I mean, Tony Stewart, who looked like he was on his way to winning his first 600, he winds up 6th. But, hey, it came down to strategy, like Larry McReynolds said. It was all on the crew chief's shoulders to make the right call. And, hey, for Darian Grubb, who has now won a Daytona 500 as well as a Coca-Cola 600. Pretty impressive resume for this crew chief.
And the 5th time that a driver won his first Cup race here at the 600. In the past, those drivers eventually at some point in their career went on to win a championship. That's a good sign for Casey Mears and upholding the Mears name in auto racing. But what does this say? A third of the way through the NASCAR season, our 12th race, and Hendrick Motorsports, Jeff Gordon out of the race, a pit stop error for Jimmy Johnson, but another Hendrick driver cashes in.
Well, that's what it always comes down to. You think about the fact that Jimmy Johnson was running along there, you know, in a position where he had to make a choice of coming down pit road, and who picked up the ball tonight? Hey, Casey Mears, he's sitting right there, and he and Darian Grubb decided to take a chance, and what paid off is now he gets to have a chance to host that big old trophy right there from Lowe's Motor Speedway.
And a little bit tired after the marathon. Jeff Gordon, even though he did not finish for the 5th straight time of the Coca-Cola 600, he still is your points leader, followed by Jimmy Johnson, Matt Kenseth, the lone Ford that hung in there again tonight. Jeff Burton, even though he took a hit tonight, maintained that 5th spot in points.
Yeah, right now you take a look at Jimmy Murray. He's still hanging there in that 12th position. Everybody's gunning forward. How about Dale Earnhardt Jr.? He kind of snuck back up a little bit tighter there in 13th. And one other thing I want to point out, when you think about Casey Mears, he has won 2 major endurance races in his career, the 24 Hours of Daytona as well as this Coca-Cola 600.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. flirting with that important 12th spot.
He looked pretty impressive finishing 8th here tonight.
Tony Gibson, the crew chief change, as Tony Uri Jr. Continuing his suspension. Next week, we'll head to Dover. Autism Speaks 400. Your donations and interest always appreciated. 1 o'clock Eastern. Pre-race show will get you ready for the Monster Mile.
The Monster Mile, I mean, it's another one of these races. It seems almost like 600 miles. It will wear you out. There's the crew chief right there, Darian Grubb right there. Congratulations there, big guy. Look really smart tonight.
The National Guard comes through on this Memorial Day weekend when we remember all those who serve and have served our country. Thanks for being with us. For Jeff Hammond, I'm Chris Myers. Tonight, Casey Mears raced like a rock star. Promotional considerations provided by the following.